Just a quick history for those who may be watching this in the future or now. Cleve and I both had seen how the county has worked and kind of coalesced around a core governance, and they went through the similar workshop, and it has a lot of good qualities for guiding a process through for any governance. And the way they have set up their handbooks and the way this kind of develops into an annual and even semi-annual review process to make sure that one, that we're all thinking together, working together, and all rowing together in the same direction was real attractive. Not that we're not doing it, not that we don't have great staff. I think there's always opportunities for growth and expanding our thought and discovering new ways of doing what we're doing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cleve and welcome Babs and Davis.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting you to turn it to me, Mayor, but I'm going to turn it straight to Babs.
It says Cleve Morris on the workshop, so I went ahead and tossed it to you.
That's true. But welcome, Babs and Davis. We've had a couple of conversations and appreciate you setting this up. And as the Mayor said, looking forward to working through the process with you. So I'll turn it to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And what I'd like to do is just really briefly introduce myself and introduce what we're doing, and then I'm going to let Davis introduce himself as well. Again, thank you. I think I've mentioned to most of you that I have family who live in El Dorado County and just really have such an affinity to your area. So really appreciate the opportunity to work with you. I've been working in good governance practices now for a good percentage of my career. I have a consulting business working both in public health with social sectors, and also I was hired in 1999 to be a governance trainer for California school boards, and had a chance and have continued even after I retired from there to work with a number of school districts around good governance practices. And in 2017, El Dorado County hired Davis and I to come and do some work with them. We had been doing work in Yolo County, and so we have continued on this path of moving beyond school districts onto city councils and to county boards of supervisors, with just an honor to be able to work with you all in the work that you're doing. So with that, I just want to let Davis do a brief introduction of himself, and then we're going to talk about the time and how we're going to spend it today. So Davis, how about you?
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be able to get together with you. This is a conversation that we're going to have and share some thoughts about effective governance. My own background has been primarily in the education sector. I was Deputy State Superintendent of Schools for a number of years, and then Executive Director of the California School Boards Association for 14 years. And in that experience, all of that time was spent with elected officials and elected board members. I also have been very involved with local government. I actually consider Don Benninghoven from the League of Cities and Chris McKenzie, both real friends of mine. We worked together on a joint project, city, county, school board, city, county, and schools for a number of years. That was a joint project between the three associations. I also have done, for about 3 years, I did a mayor's and city council training, I hate the word training, workshop in Monterey. It's the annual Monterey conference for the League of Cities, and so I've been. Oh, and I developed a governance academy for the California Association of Special Districts, and for a number of years I actually worked very closely with special districts, so I feel like I've got a good sense of the whole local government scene, and all of in the area of governance. I have 40 years of working with governance, mostly I'd say 90% with elected officials. People say there is therapy for that, and So I might partake of it at some point. Babs?
All right, thanks, Davis. So let's talk a little bit about today. Again, as Davis said, this is really designed to be a discussion. There will be about 45 minutes in this discussion guide where Davis is going to do a PowerPoint presentation just to set the context for us. And the rest of the time we'll be spending just interchanging and exchanging ideas about good governance practices based on that context. One of the processes that I'll use, I know that I sent to you in advance some advanced study questions just to get you thinking about good governance practices. One of the processes I'll use is that I will call on each one of you, but I will alternate that. So I'll always start with a different person, just so that, again, kind of calling your ideas and getting your input around specific practices. It's a rich, robust agenda, and so I may have to make some adjustments as we go along, because the important part is that we get to hear from you and we get to have a good discussion. The goal today is to, at the very least, understand developing governance handbooks and at least going through the process of one of the protocols. We may do better than that, and I will certainly work with whatever we get. But session 2 will be to complete that process, and session 3 will be, again, to finalize developing your governance handbook and developing an assessment tool. So that's what you have to look forward to. But again, what I want to make sure we do today is, at the very least, go through the process of developing a protocol that you identify that's going to really support your effectiveness in terms of governance. So any questions about that before I launch? We're good to go? Okay, so the first thing that I want to do, and I'm going to share my screen to just pull up these governance norms. And again, in the process that we'll be going through, I want to make sure that you know we'll be drafting this governance handbook for you based on the input that you give us. You'll have multiple times to have it come back to you to be able to make sure that, in fact, it reflects what's important to you. And then ultimately this governance handbook would be adopted probably in the fall. So for governance norms, remember, norms are intended to be how you want to work together. They're really behaviors, they set your culture. And so there's a list of governance norms here, and you also had this in the material that we sent in advance. And what I'd just like to ask each of you is if you could tell me the top 2 or 3 that you identified that are both really important for today's meeting, as well as thinking about it in terms of how you want to operate together. So the list is up here, and what I'd like you to do would be to just highlight, as I said, 1 to 3. So just that number, and we'll see where we get most of the interest. And with that, Dennis, I'm going to start with you and have you tell us 1 to 3 of these norms that you want to make sure.
I can't read yours.
You can't.
And I'm looking for mine in my documents. I'm not sure which document it's in.
So
does this help, Norm? Does this help, Dennis?
Not really.
I just made it 150. Are we not going to be able to read my shared docs?
Well, you can. I don't know if you can see the screen, but we have all of your documents on the all of the list of documents on the left, and in a small square on the right, you have your document that you want us to share.
Can you enlarge this?
I did try and enlarge it, so let me see.
Which document is that in?
It's called the governance norms. It was the first one. It's number 1, it should be.
Okay.
Okay, I'm hoping this process is going to work for us.
And is this? Oh.
How about if let me try share, okay, or I could share mine if you wanted, yeah.
Does that work?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
better.
Okay, all right, good. And I made it large.
There you go.
And
Wait a
again,
minute.
you
Whose
know,
is this document now?
This is governance norms.
Okay. Now I can't see the whole document, but I get a better.
Okay.
So you might want to just bring it down just to. There we go.
Scroll,
Or a little bit smaller,
Okay, here we go.
maybe 75%.
Well, once we get this process worked out, it should help us with the rest of them, I hope.
There.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
And you also, and I'm hoping, Dennis, that you have these as well. I can always resend things to everybody if that would be helpful. But Dennis, based on that, would you like me to start with somebody else and I'll come back to you?
Sure. Give me just a second there.
Who would be ready?
I'm ready. I had it 4 that I really liked. I had a hard time narrowing it down from 4, but you want to hear all 4?
Okay, and Kara, this is you.
Yes.
Okay, good, because I have to screen up and down. So tell us your 4.
Okay, so the 3rd one, accept constructive disagreement as necessary to yield decision, nothing personal.
Okay,
The 4th one, be open to challenge your own beliefs and ideas.
great.
The 6th one, assume positive intentions. And the last one, when you have a problem, attempt to offer either a desired outcome or a solution.
Great, thank you. That's perfect. Okay, who's next? Jackie, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. The 3 that I had marked was number 2, respect and give fair consideration to diverse and opposing viewpoints, respect each other's thinking and value individual contributions. My second one was check for understanding as well as agreement. And my 3rd one was the same last one as Kara's. When you have a problem, attempt to offer either a desired outcome, a solution, or share why it is a concern.
All right, great. Thank you, Jackie. How about Michael?
Yeah, so accept constructive disagreement as necessary to yield best decisions.
Hang on one
Assume
sec. Let me make sure I check that, Michael. Which one is that?
that is 1, 2, 3.
Number 3, perfect. All right,
Same next one, same one as Kara. Assume positive intentions,
great.
and then work towards the future, learning from the past. And then I also like the last one.
All right, good. Dennis, are you ready?
I am. So there was more than, well, there's a lot here and all of them are great. I'm gonna number 2, respect and give fair consideration. And 3 again. And then the last one.
Wonderful.
There you go.
Patty,
Yes, I also, number 2 and number 3, and I had 4. Respect one another's thinking and value individual contributions. And the last one.
thank you. Cleve, how about you?
Okay, I like number 2. That was my first one. I like them all. Can I just say all of them?
No,
I tried.
you could, but no.
One of the ones that I really like, the last one, I guess, would be my number 2.
Okay,
And then the other one that I really like is celebrate success.
great. Wonderful. Well, so keep these in mind as we work together today. It's always interesting to me to see how many we ended up with, the ones that were chosen, and the shared choices, certainly this last one that you highlighted, making sure that you attempt to offer solutions or desired outcomes. And I think certainly accept constructive disagreement to yield the best decisions. So I'm just highlighting those 2. We saw a lot of commonality, also respect and give consideration to diverse and opposing viewpoints. So really appreciate you taking the time to do that. Thank you. And also, I'm going to make the assumption that we've now officially learned how to share screens. So hopefully that's the case. So the next piece that I'd really like to talk about is just, again, an opportunity to learn a little bit more about each of you. And this one has to do with the study questions that I sent in advance, and would really like to hear about what spurred your interest in serving in public office, what's unique about your city, what do you want to improve around your city council. Many of these questions we have in front of us, and I'll ask each one of them and ask you to give us some feedback on each one. So, let me just make sure everybody has the discussion guide in front of them so you know the questions that I'm going to ask next. Everybody comfortable with that?
Mhm.
Okay, great. So this first question is, what spurred your interest in public service? And Dennis, I'm going to start with you on this one.
Perfect. My interest in, I've lived here all my life, and I have, I wrote it down, but it's better talking about it. I've lived here all my life. I have always been involved in our community. I've always had an interest in how it grows and how it develops. And I was mentored by a person that was on city council as well as planning commission. And I really enjoy being engaged in our community and helping move it forward.
Great. All right. Thanks, Dennis. And Jackie, how about you?
I think I've always been a community-oriented person, and I think about 15 years ago, I started getting involved with government, and it's just kind of a snowball thing where if you enjoy it, you keep getting involved in more and more and more, and kind of find this as the next step.
All right, great. Sounds like just got more deeply engaged here. All right, thank you. Kara, how about you?
I think I've always been a service-oriented person, and I did a lot of volunteering and working with nonprofits in like my late teens and early 20s. And then I kind of went through a period where I just, had my nose to the grindstone and was raising babies and working, building businesses, and kind of got away from that. So I was eager to get back into working with the community. I think that you grow as a person by giving, and you get things done too. You have the opportunity to shape your environment when you get involved.
Okay, thank you, Kara. How about Patty?
Well, I guess I've always been service oriented, and especially in government. I started in high school. I was involved in, student government, and then went on to college, did the same thing. And then when I, after marriage and having kids, I got involved with then it was PTA, and didn't like PTA and their rules and regulations. So started a parent club in Placerville and just kind of followed my kids through the school system. And then was married to my late husband, who was very involved in politics for years, 26 years. And, when you live with someone who's involved, you're involved too. And and then he went on to become supervisor and passed away while in office. And I really thought that part of my life was missing. I mean, was over, but I was really, really missing it. And Marion Washburn, who was on the council, approached me and said she was retiring and she thought I would be a good candidate. And I said, okay. And so for the last 4 terms, I've been elected to city council. I just got so involved and love it, and just become a part of my life.
Patty. Michael, how about you?
Yeah, so I think since I was 12, I've been involved in politics, starting to, stuff envelopes and volunteer the local, party headquarters. And so I've basically, for my entire career, I've worked in politics. I worked for 3 different legislators. I worked for a former governor. I've worked in presidential campaigns. What I still do for a living, so I do lobbying, public affairs, and government relations, my wife and I. And I never, ever, ever, ever wanted to be an elected official. I was always once a staffer, always a staffer type of thing. And when I came to Placerville, I started to get involved. I was on the historical advisory commission, then on planning commission, and just I fell in love with the city of Placerville. And so despite my absolute abhorrence to being an elected official, I kind of threw my hat into the ring when there was an opening for we had a vacancy on city council, and was fortunate to be chosen by my colleagues, and then was just elected to a full 4-year term. So it's kind of come a long ways, and I thoroughly enjoy the work for Placerville, despite last year being a very tough year to be on city council.
And mayor, right?
And mayor, yes, last year. Yep.
All
Can I
right,
ask a
thank
quick
you.
question? Michael, are you with, do you have a firm yourself, a lobbying firm, or are you with? a firm?
Yes, Quintana Saragossa Public Affairs.
Great. And Cleve, how about you?
Mine's a little different, I guess, since it's my career. I've been doing this for over 30 years now. And I will say I love it. Interesting story, when I was in college and in graduate school, I had a teaching assistant that was talking about how he was a joint public administration law degree that he was working on. And he said to me, he just couldn't wait to graduate and get into politics. He just loved politics. And I raised my hand and said, I can't stand politics. And I still can't stand politics, but I love being an administrator. So I'm on that staff side, kind of like Michael talked about. That's where I love being. And then I've always loved being in small cities. I've been in, this is my 4th city that I've been in, all smaller, 20,000 and under. And because I really feel that that's where I can see the impact and actually do things. I say I like being an administrator, but I like doing, and that's sometimes a fault of mine. I take projects on that rather than assign them, because I really like doing. I like being able to show something that I've accomplished and do. And in a small city, that's really what you can do. And Placerville has been great. I think I've told my council this before, but I've had, as I mentioned, pretty long career, over 30 years. And Placerville is really my love. I've said it's definitely my most difficult city that I've managed, but it's also the greatest. I've enjoyed it clearly the most of all the cities where I've been. So.
Thank you. And thank you all for taking time to say that. I can really hear the passion and the commitment from each one of you, and different ways you got engaged, if you will, or fell into it. So thank you for taking that time. So here's the next question, and this is where I'm testing you a little bit, because I know the question says, what makes our city unique? I want you to just tell me one thing. So I want whatever rises to the top there, but you only get one. So let's see what we hear. So Jackie, how about you? One thing that makes Placerville unique.
My top was the people.
Okay. So when you say, and I appreciate the people, but tell me, just to give me a little more about what about them?
You know, it's our community. It's when we have an event on Main Street and everyone comes out to see it, when there's a problem and a tragedy and everybody comes together to support each other. You know, it's really the community that comes together here that it really makes it special, I think.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Kara, how about you?
I had a list of like 5 items, so narrowing it down to one. I'll say proximity to outdoor recreation.
Why?
Why?
Why did you say that?
Well, because I thought it might be a point that other people don't mention, so I wanted to get it in there. But it's one of the things. It's one of the things that I love most here. Just, you know, the ability to get up into the mountains and go hiking and fishing and camping, and our parks and our trails, and the beautiful weather, and just, you know, the quality of the outdoor life that we have here.
Nice. That's what I was looking for. Patty.
I'm going to say location,
Okay, talk to me more about what's really great about that.
because where we are, we just it just expands. We have just the opportunity to expand in. We can enjoy the beach in the ocean beach in 2 hours. We can enjoy San Francisco in 2 hours, Sacramento in an hour, Lake Tahoe in an hour. And it's just, I truly believe it just, and yet we live here in our little community and have the best. I just feel as though it just offers us the best of everything.
Great, thank you.
That was one of mine too.
All right, that's great, Carol. I like this notion, the best of everything. That's great. Michael.
Yeah, it's hard to narrow down, but I'm going to go with neighbors. And this goes a little bit to what I think Jackie said as well. And that's, you know, when you peel, I mean, we definitely have our knockdown, drag out fights on some stuff. But, when you peel it all back and, somebody, his car breaks down or, they're lifting some, heavy bags, somebody will run out and not even think about it and help that person get something into their car or jumpstart it. It's just a very friendly town. When you're on the trail, people say hi, good morning. If I go and do that in LA, it's very anonymous. You're not talking to your neighbors. You might not even know your neighbors. I can tell you, I grew up, 22 years in my house in Walnut in LA where I grew up, and I never knew my neighbors. I wouldn't know them, even. So it's just a different atmosphere, I think, and it's really unique. It's what got me wanting to be involved in Placerville, because you do know your neighbors, and sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad, because it's almost a little bit like high school sometimes as well, where everyone knows each other's business to some degree. But I think it's very endearing. So I think neighbors for me is what makes Placerville very unique.
Great, thank you. And Cleve, how about you?
I would say, I think it was Jackie was the one that said the people, but I would expand it, the commitment and dedication of the people to our community. And again, that's one of the things that can be good and bad, because they are so dedicated to their community and their views of the committee and what is good and bad and et cetera. But that passion, I think, is important, and that's what I think makes us somewhat unique.
Great, thank you. And Dennis?
You're muted, Dennis.
Dennis, you're muted.
But I did not start talking, so it doesn't qualify as muted talking. Just saying. So I absolutely love what everybody has said, and it's true. So, and a few people stole a few of mine, but that's okay. One of the ones that's really resonates with me is we are a working, vibrant town where people live here, they work here, they shop here, and people are still invested in this community. We're not just a bedroom community. And I believe that has a lot of value for family, for community, for bringing people together. I just think that I wouldn't say we're the perfect town, but we have a great core. We're a town where people live here. Really live here.
That's it. That's so important. So thank you. You all just did a great job on the assignment, and also really being able to piggyback on what one another said. So I'm going to move on to the next question, which is, what do you think are the combined strengths of this present city council? And again, my challenge is one. Okay, I imagine that you jotted down a number of them, but I'm only going to give you one. So Kara, how about you?
Oh, geez. Well, I think that this council has a really good range of experience, from, Patty, who's been either on the council for a really long time or in kind of politics, just in the family way for a really long time, to me, who's kind of a total newbie to politics, and that kind of everything in between, I think is really great. And then just a variety of backgrounds and perspectives that we kind of all bring to the council.
Great, thanks, Kara. Patty, how about you?
That's where I'm coming from too. It's the varied backgrounds. We're all from a different background, and because of that, we each have our own perspective and and our ability to offer, I think, 5 different views sometimes of things, and it really helps.
Great. So Patty, you just demonstrated the other piece of what I was looking for, which is echoing what somebody else said, but saying it in just a very slightly different way. So thank you. That was great. Michael.
Yeah, I think collegiality. I've worked with a lot of, in my day job, tons of different councils and different bodies, and in a lot of towns and a lot of cities, there's real factions, if you will, and it makes for, I think, a very difficult work environment, not just for the council members, but for staff as well. And even if we disagree on items, I think it's a very collegial board. It's one of the, you can have a fight and then go have a drink afterwards type of thing. And and I think that's a very it's what I enjoy about this. But that's what I would say, the collegiality of the board.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Cleve, how about you? Now, before you start, Cleve, the one thing I want to say is that the model that Davis and I bring is this notion of constructive partnership. So a governance team is considered the staff and the city council, and the staff being the city manager. So Cleve, I just want to make sure that I just really punctuated that as we go through this exercise. So with that in mind.
And I'm supposed to say something really nice about my council now, right? So
That was not the purpose of that.
no, I think, what would I say, the cohesiveness of the city council. And when I say cohesiveness, it's not to say that they always agree on things, but the fact that they can be cohesive and disagree, I think is what I see as the real the real positive of this council, and the ones I've had actually most of the time I've been here. So
Dennis, how about you?
I'm going to go with it's echoing the same thing, is diversity of thought. Everybody brings a little something different to the table, and that comes with, and that is really partnered with generational span. How many generations we span on this board gives a lot of different perspectives historically versus, the youth and the vibrancy of that, and the different generation, different ideas.
Great. Jackie.
We're all basically saying the same thing, but I'll just write, what I had is really our energy and enthusiasm. I appreciate everyone has an open-mindedness that we can discuss things. They're kind people, positive attitudes, and that's really what I appreciate about our council and our staff as well. And I think everybody just really loves Placerville, which motivates us all to work together, and it works well, I think.
Great, thank you. So we have 2 more questions to go through, and you all are doing a really great job of providing answers and helping us stay with the time. So improvement, one improvement for strengthening governance effectiveness is the next question, and the final one is one thing you want to accomplish. So Patty, I'm going to start with you. One improvement.
I knew you were going to say this. I had a hard time even giving one answer to this question, quite honestly. The only thing I can think of, and it kind of involves us, but in trying to find a better way to connect with the public.
Perfect. I mean, perfect in terms of a good improvement to highlight. So Michael, how about you?
Yeah, I struggle with this one too. I think the word that comes to my mind is like foresight, and in the sense that, we've had some really difficult issues that have come before us, and just, how we can work through them a little bit better and manage them better. Sometimes you're just thrown something like COVID, and you just work your way through it because that's what you do. Other things I feel like we can learn. I think that's why I picked learn from the past, as we head for the future, or remember it, so that we don't make the same mistakes twice. And so I think, that for me would be where I think we can make it some improvements.
Okay, great. Thank you. Cleve, how about you?
So I think the council does good in this area. The one thought I had, though, is even more so making sure that everyone feels comfortable talking about the difficult issues that we face, and not be afraid to speak about those openly. I mean, some of it is speaking out in public, but also speaking up with a view that may be opposed to what other fellow council members have, and staff, et cetera, but being able to feel comfortable and speaking about those tough issues.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dennis.
I'm unmuted. Good. Goals. I have goals and objectives. We tend to the way we're. I mean, first of all, our finances are a whole big issue. There's a lot of things that tie into that, goals and objectives, and it's making sure we're not overtaxing our staff, making sure that we are that we're thoughtful about how we add more things to our list of things to do, and what we take away, and how we want to move forward as a city.
Good, thank you. Jackie?
I think something that's always been on my list is public outreach and participation. I think the city's done better and better, but of course it's a place we can always improve. And when I first got involved in the government, I knew someone on the city council and a big issue came up and I thought, how did I not even know about this? And it was a big controversial issue. So, connecting better with our citizens, helping with that education of how government works. And it's just, I think, a continual process that we just need to keep always working at.
Kara?
Kind of piggybacking, I think, off of what Michael said is, a lot of times things come to the council that we get the agenda on Thursday or Friday, and it, it's kind of a surprise for us, and then we've got a couple of days. I think knowing ahead of time, kind of like mapping out, the year with things that are coming down the pipeline would give us as council members more time to do the research and talk to constituents about issues. And it would also give us a better understanding of like, okay, this is going to be a really busy time for staff, look at the items that are upcoming. So kind of just like getting a bigger picture of what the year looks like in terms of topics that are coming down the pipeline. I know there's a lot of things that, are state mandated or legal issues that the staff know is going to happen at a certain time. And then there's other things that are kind of discretionary for the council, and just kind of having a bird's eye view of that, I think, would be helpful.
All right, thank you. And these will, we'll be mindful of all of these improvements that you've identified as we go through this process and see kind of where they land in terms potentially of protocols and being able to support you. So this last piece is really saying if there was just one thing you wanted to accomplish during the time that you're on this council, and or for you, Cleve, while you're here as staff. So Michael, I'm going to start with you.
Oh man. One thing. Or no, I have like a list of 40 things. Trying to think of if it's just one thing. I'd really like to. Well, I'd really like to get all of our. We've been working on the old city hall, and I really like to get that process to a point where I feel strong about it, and into the future, so that we preserve that for new generations. And it's just the first thing that popped into my mind on this front, because I have a lot, but that's one that pops to the front of me. And I think that our historical resources, that's it's always that balance.
So just so I understand what you're saying here, Michael, you're basically saying just to be able to really get your arms around the historical resources. Is that?
Yeah, and yes, and I brought those two up because that's been, as you can see, there's scaffolding on the outside of it, and really to know that, whether it's 3 years from now or 1 year from now, that we have a good sense of what we're doing here. It's preserved, and and I would feel really good about that.
Good. All right, thank you. Cleve, how about you?
Well, if I went project-based, I had to name about 5 in one sentence that I could do, but I can't do that. So no, I think that I will go with what I think it was Jackie said under the previous question, and that is probably the most difficult task I've faced, I think, in my career is communicating with the public. So finding a better way to do that. I think we've made some good strides, some things we've started just in the last year even, but if I could find that one point, like Jackie said, to know that when we have an important issue to put out, how can we make sure that the public is aware of it? And there's no really to make sure that they have, but at least be able to reach the most of them. So
great, thank you. Dennis, how about you?
I found a way to wrap them all into one couple words here. So
Okay, I'm ready, Dennis.
I want to set up the city for success in the future, financially and as a community. And it brings all these things together.
Well done.
Thank you.
So financially, and what was the second one?
And as a community.
And as a community. Okay, great.
Mhm.
I'm capturing our notes from this just so that you know, so that, you know, I can share back some summaries of this because they're just so rich and, you know, really good thoughts. And I'd like to be able to have that be part of what I send back, as well as beginning to draft the governor's handbook. So with that, Jackie, you're next.
Well, piggybacking off of Dennis just covered everything. But I'm going to pick, you know, shared goals. You know, we have goals long-term, short-term, and really collectively picking some of those and not getting off course on, you know, things pop up and people get distracted and we pay attention to this and you put out this fire and you put out that fire. But, you know, picking some goals that we need to just keep staying the course on and working on and getting those done so that the public can say, hey, yeah, they're getting it done. And not always getting distracted.
Yep, good. And Kara?
So I had a really hard time with this question because, you know, I think like everyone mentioned, there's kind of a long list of priorities, but we as council members don't really achieve any of them. You know, we're 20% of a vote and then staff does all the work. So yes, you know, what I kind of think of as my role and responsibility on the council is just to represent like young families and working parents and young adults. I think that that's kind of my role, and to just kind of faithfully do that on all of my votes is my number one priority, I guess, if I have to pick one thing.
All right, thank you. And Patty, we'll end with you.
I wrote greater economic development. It seems like everything we, you know, and being here the longest, there's things that I really had in mind when my first term, and it just seems like so many times there's an interference, and it's always because we can't afford it. There's no money. And I really think that so many things, like I say, that we've been trying to accomplish, and it's always been, you know, we can't move forward with it because of lack of funding. So I just think we need to establish greater economic development program.
All right, great, thank you.
I'll amend mine to include that as well. Well, and the reason because you brought up a great point, Patty, and you know, with the stimulus package that just passed, and then there's probably going to be an infrastructure bill of some magnitude as well, maybe even bigger than the 1.9 trillion stimulus bill, maybe even up to 3 trillion. There's going to be almost a New Deal type, and you can hate it or not, but it's probably coming, a one-time chance that all cities and all municipalities are going to have to do some things with sort of an infusion of dollars from the federal government that I think we're all going to have to take a look at as we go forward, because I think we'll only have one shot because it's going to be one-time money. So, you know, in addition to the economic development, we're going to have some chance to do maybe some big infrastructure projects that we want to get done, like a Highway 50 type deal.
All right, well, thank you, Michael. And what I'm going to do, because I think that you all just set up a really important pathway to where Davis is going to come in right now and talk about effective governance. And a lot of it will resonate with the very things that you've identified in terms of where you want to improve and what you want to accomplish, and certainly what you're proud of. So Davis, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Babs. I do want a couple of things. One is that as we go through, we're going to go through a PowerPoint slides, which I'm going to go through very quickly in the sense that there are some that don't, that apply more directly and some that are more background information. Babs is going to be handling the slide. So if I point to her, it doesn't mean that, that I'm mad or anything. I'm just going like, next slide. It keeps me having to focus on that. So the reason that we're doing this discussion now is, are you going to put up the,
I believe I just did. Did I not do that?
It
No.
was there and then it disappeared.
Okay, it's coming back. Is it there now?
Yes.
yeah, but it's
Small
What?
again?
it's like before, it's not a full slide.
Okay.
If you go up to slideshow, you can
Yeah,
probably,
hit slideshow, and you should be good.
Okay. I'm sorry. You can hear
Or
me
should we
sighing.
start?
here. You slide. show.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's see. Wait a minute. So, Davis, I'm hoping you may have to actually say it to me if I'm going to change it. So we'll see. But start.
Okay. That sounds good. So what, this part of our session is really focused on creating an infrastructure for effective governance. And it's something that we do with virtually all boards and councils and such, because the basic principles that we're going to talk about are true in all high-performing governing bodies. And I make that emphasis because it's the lack of what we're talking about is often the characteristic of dysfunctional governance. And governance does have an enormous impact on any organization and any institution. Carrie, you made the comment about being 1/5 of the vote. And what I want to talk a little bit about is the council. We were talking about celebrating success, that when the council is as unified as this council already is, based on what I've heard, the individual council members should feel great success when something is really accomplished in the city, whether you were just 120, even if you were lukewarm on it, or if you were not sure when you voted for it. The fact is it's a council success, and you should feel great about that, and you should share that. So first off, Babs, I want to talk a little bit about a couple of, Babs?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, do you want to do the slide?
Oh, you want me to go? Okay. Did you put your finger up?
No, but
Okay, just
we're
tell me.
working this out. Normally we do our own slides, so you can see that we're
Working on this process.
When I talk about infrastructure, basically we're talking about a governance system, and highly effective boards and councils operate within an infrastructure that is well established, well adhered to, and provides sort of a definition of the operating space. And there are really four, oh my gosh, I needed a space on that slide. There are four dimensions to it, and we're not going to go through all of it, but we're just going to touch on some things. The first thing that is essential is this concept of a governance mindset. And I'm going to spend some time on. And then the basic characteristics of effective boards. In every case, when I talk about boards or councils, I am talking about high-performing boards. These are characteristics of high-performing boards. And I can talk about what constitutes high-performing when we go through that, but it's actually the culmination of this. And then the last piece is talking about governance tools. There are specific tools available in that infrastructure that help keep things aligned. They're helping the council members and helping the staff understand where we're going and how we get there. So this will make more sense after we get, hopefully, after we get through with this discussion. Okay, Babs? Babs, you want to?
I did transformational transitions. Do you want me to?
Okay, okay. Am I co-sharing as well? Co-presenting?
I'm not sure what co-sharing means.
I mean, co-presenting.
Would you ask me that question so I understand it?
Okay, never mind. I was talking about the co-presenting, and so that I could,
You could do this, but you can just put your
Yeah.
hand up and I'm ready to move on.
okay. So something that I want to emphasize that is very, very important with a number of governing boards, and I don't think is as important with you. But for high-performing boards, one of the key characteristics for council members, board members, is the transition that from being a candidate to being either a trustee or a council member, and a transition from campaigning to governing. Because it is such a fundamental difference between a basic process where you're in charge when you campaign, you direct things when you campaign, you are in control. You don't always feel that way, having been a candidate, once a winning candidate and once a losing candidate for public office. You don't always feel in control, but you are in control as the candidate. And as a trustee or as a council member, the council is in control. And that gets to Kara's point of getting used to being 1/5, when before you were able to direct everything. Now the council directs. That's an important transition. The reason we emphasize it is because often what will happen is that some elected officials never make that transition. They're always campaigning. They're always acting like a candidate, and they cannot make the transition to governing. So they don't govern. They basically advocate and campaign. And I don't see that here at all. I mean, I think everybody has a little of that, but it's important to make that the same thing with governing. So the other thing I want to comment is something that you referenced in the exercise that Babs did, and that is the difference between a unified board. I'm going to use the term board to mean council, if that's okay. The unified board and a uniform board. Sometimes there are individuals who begin to think, well, does unified mean that I give up my voice? Do I give up my ideals just to go along and create a unified board? And one of the things that that is really essential is to understand the difference. A unified board is the kind of board you were just describing. And that is a board where individuals have different belief styles and personalities. They work in a collaborative environment. And actually the Mayo Clinic on this came up with, I think, the perfect description. And they've been a pretty successful medical organization. And in 1946, they established the principle that teamwork at Mayo Clinic and experimented in cooperative individualism. That's really what we're talking here, is a comfort level in cooperative individualism. You've already described it as you talked about the importance of differences not dividing the board, but being understood and representing a view and being able to come together around a solution. It's coming together around solutions that are sometimes really difficult. I'm gonna, as I go through this, this part of our discussion, I'm gonna hit 4 major themes that I point here. I'm gonna talk about governance mindset, the concept of a moral imperative, which I think is very important here, particularly in light of some of your major issues, coherence, and then technically the board infrastructure. So the first thing is that governance mindset is actually, to me, the fundamental difference between highly successful governance and dysfunctional governance. Because though, as I've worked for the last 40 years with elected officials, and I've seen highly effective elected officials, highly effective board members, highly effective council members. I started years ago saying, what is it? Why are they so effective? Why are they the ones that when people talk about their boards say, boy, this is a great board, or they say, this is a great board member. If I ask, how's your board? They'll go, yeah, but I got a great board member. So what does that mean when they say that? What I found is in all cases, they have 4 characteristics. And I call it a governance mindset because it is the mindset. It's how to think about governance. It's how to think about the work of the council, and getting that really clear. And there are 4 dimensions to this. The first one is system thinking. Babs, if you can.
Oh, sorry.
System thinking. As you know, governance is a systems job. It's not a program job because you hire Cleve to run the programs. It is a system job. And it is absolutely essential that that be very clear. And it's important to have that part of your framework because the council member's job is to help with the moving parts of the cities are very complex organizations and they're full of moving parts. And Cleve has to deal with these moving parts all the time. But where you live is in those moving parts. And how can you how do you balance historical commitment to historical preferences with the environmental issues, with the healthcare issues, with the pandemic issues? Because as you know, systems are zero-sum games. With the exception of what Michael was talking, his first name is okay. I'm going to do it anyway. Michael was talking about with an influx of additional funding, putting that aside because that's not annualized funding, that's one-time funding. But it's primarily a zero-sum game. So if you want to do something with the city hall, you know that it's going to impact a budget item somewhere else in the city. That is system thinking. And it is moving away from individual programs. You're informed by your commitment to programs you like, but you make decisions based on impact on systems. Governance also is a strategic function. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed that. This slide just simply makes a point that I think is really terrific by David McManus, which talks about having a peripheral vision. And what that simply means is that rather than having a telephoto lens, you have to have a wide angle lens when you look at issues. So when your budget comes to you, when you're dealing with issues, you really have a wide angle rather than a telephoto. And that's what highly effective trustees have, is they have this. And it's a lens that you look through. And so strategic focus is the second major thing we're going to talk about. Governance is a strategic job, right? What is the most strategic document in the city that you deal with? Any thoughts?
General plan.
General plan, yeah.
No. The single most powerful strategic document is the budget. Because the city budget allocates the resources. And if you don't allocate the resources, you can have all the great language and goals that you want, but if you don't put money behind it to make it happen, and that's it. So your lenses are strategic lenses. When Cleve presents the budget with you, and when the staff makes their presentations, they're looking at it from an administrative problem solving, not Cleve. Cleve is very strategic, but the department folks will be presenting it from an administrative point of view in the sense that this is what we need to do. But you have to, with Cleve, you have to look at it from a system and from a strategic point of view. Those two things go hand in hand. So the next one is, the next characteristic is deep learning. I'm not sure we ever tell the truth to elected officials while they run the campaign. is that this is hard work, and you have got to learn the issues. You cannot be effective as a trustee if you don't make the investment of time to learn the issues. And nothing will, I think Patty will probably agree with me, nothing will irritate a veteran board member more when a new board member comes to the meeting and asks questions, the answers to which are in the background information in the agenda. And so it's important to really, through all of that. The other thing is that one of the advantages to deep learning around the issues is that when you're out in the community, and you've talked a lot about community involvement and community education, you've got to be able to answer their questions when there's nobody else around and there's no staff member around, and they ask you. I always say you have to be able to answer the second question. If the first question is, what are we doing on the city hall? You can say, well, we've got this, and they go, yeah, but why are we doing this rather than that? If you can't answer that question, then you haven't done the deep learning. You have not done the issue development. You've got to be able to do that if you're going to, because the best way to communicate with the community is to be able to answer their questions, but to be able to answer them in a non-polemic way, but to answer them factually. The very reason that the council decided to do this, and then you become an advocate for the council simply by understanding why you're doing the program and not getting thrown off balance. So that's why and the only way to do that is through deep learning, because you have to be able to do that. The final one is my favorite, and that is managing your public manner. And I think you do that well, but it's good to just mention it because it is definitely something. Most of the calls that I used to get about dysfunctional boards actually came from other board members because they were, it became impossible for them to function because they had gotten to the point where they could not communicate with their trustees. It had nothing to do with the Brown Act. They couldn't communicate with their trustees and with their colleagues. And so this is a chart that I use that I really love. I've been using it forever. And it was a study done in Southern California by a professor from, and I used to say a professor from either USC or UCLA. I could never remember. It's no difference. Boy, if you're in Southern California, if you're in LA and you say there's no difference between UCLA and USC, you'll never get past that point. So here's what this study found, that what constitutes the communication that a person receives. Body language represents about 38% of what causes a person the message that they get, body language. Voice tone is 55%. Now, you know that this is true. If I come in and see you in the morning and I say, good morning, how are things? But if I say, good morning, you get a totally different message. Same words, different message. And of course, for any elected official, what do? You're in a glass house and you're always on. And you never take your city council hat off. It doesn't matter whether people like to, but once you're on the city council, when people see you at the gas station you're a city council member, you're in charge, and how you respond to them is so very, very important. I think you do really well with this, I can tell already, but it's still worth keeping in mind, particularly in your relations with the staff. Because the staff is coming and the staff is watching you, and the only time they get to see you often is in those council meetings. And how you communicate with Cleve, how you communicate with everyone else is so very, very important. Now, one of the things that really influences all three of these dimensions is the working style. And this is something that is useful for everyone to pay attention to, and we'll address it in another session later, but I wanted to go over the major types. What we know is that on boards and on councils, there are awful council members that are data-driven, and that's their working style. They need data. They want a lot of data. They can't, I mean, they want to know what's going on in 6 of our surrounding cities. How do we deal with this? I want data. Then there are council members that are relationship people. And often getting them out of the audience back up to the council table is sometimes a big challenge, because they're so community oriented that they're really relating back and forth with the community, even in the council meetings, even just through manner and body language. Then there are bottom line folks. Bottom line folks are the ones that look at their watch and they say, how long are we going to discuss this issue? You know, are we going to talk this to death? And I have to tell you, bottom line people drive data people crazy. Bottom line people want short meetings. Data people want to stay at it until they get all the data that they need to make a decision. This is real stuff, because we never acknowledge, we never recognize that that's what's going on. And what will happen is that sometimes they get so frustrated that they start losing control of their manner. And that's when the sparks fly, and that's when it gets really bad. It's not that they really disagree, they just have working style differences. Then there's the visionary, who is always forward looking, and occasionally you just want to say, yeah, but I get it that 5 years down the road, but tomorrow we're going to get hung, and 5 years down the road is not. And then there's the historian. Historian's been on the board a long time. Patty, this is no reference that you're the historian, but the historian often is very hard not to bring examples to the table of times that the city has tried something and it hasn't worked. Or I'm a great believer, by the way, just personally in my career, I like reinventing the wheel, for example, and that'll drive people crazy. But sometimes you want to try something that was tried before and for whatever reason didn't work, and you may just want to try it because it might work this time. These are the different characteristics that we talk about. Oh, that's okay. So that's the governance mindset. And I can spend a lot more time, as you can tell. I'm very passionate about this because it's so obvious to me in my work, where I can tell in 5 minutes, I can tell about this board. I mean, I can tell in very short order where the council is around this issue of governance mindset. I think you all are displaying characteristics of governance mindset. It is a terrific council. I think you're going to do extremely well, and I think you'll do well within a framework. Now, I want to talk about moral imperative, the concept of moral imperative. And I sometimes call it a moral purpose, because I don't want to get hung up on the word imperative. I like the word imperative because it really speaks to the difference between vision statements and a moral imperative or moral purpose. Because imperative carries with it that you are driven to deal with this. This is why this council's here. This is what this council is about. And you will use this moral purpose as the backdrop for almost all your decisions. Because if it's not moving you towards achieving this moral purpose, then it's taking you down rabbit holes and different roads and different places. Moral imperative is the glue that holds the council together. And it's what you're searching for when we talk about coherence and working together. I'm going to give you just some definitions of what we mean by this. And I like this because this is from a book. I have a book, published book out on called The Governance Core. And I talk a lot about this in terms of moral imperative. And what I like is that this is the difference between just words on a piece of paper and something that is really a belief structure for this council. It is what will get you together as you think about, as you deal with such really divisive issues in the community, like the logo is, the city logo issue, things like that. It's the moral imperative is what's going to help you. And you can read this, but it basically says that if you're not committed and you can't go out in the community and explain the plans that you've adopted to achieve the moral imperative, then it doesn't exist. And that's the problem, what's going on, the difference between a vision statement, which is forward-looking perspective, and a moral imperative, which is now, which is what we're going to try to do to drive us. And if we have that in common, so it's broad enough and it will encompass all of our differences. And let me talk just briefly about the unified board, and that's in one sense, and that is important to understand that a split vote does not mean that it's not a unified council. 5-0 votes, I think votes are misleading indicators. And when I meet with superintendents and CEOs, I often talk about that. The issue is not, do you have 5 votes? It's, do you have 5 levels of understanding around the issue, if everybody understands the issue? Votes can be very deceiving. So a 5-0 vote doesn't mean it's a unified council necessarily. And a split vote doesn't mean that it's an ununified or non-unified council, if that makes sense. Because you can have your individual points of view. Sometimes you're going to vote, sometimes votes are a way to just simply move on because you've reached the point where you all understand each other. It's not causing you, it doesn't mean you can't go out and have a drink together afterwards, or an adult beverage, we say. We don't say drink. Can't have an adult beverage simply because you voted against each other. But it's a true statement. So let's talk more about, let's go to the next slide on the, oh, I'm sorry. So in terms of the moral imperative, the moral purpose, this is sometimes hard to get your head around. I really recognize that. But I've heard the core elements in your listing of the in the exercise this morning. From that, I think you can really identify and build those things that really hold you together, and what your purpose as a city council. What is our purpose, and what is it we're here to do? Whether it's safety, whether it's environment, whatever it is, it's what's going to drive you. Coherence is the next level of and what I've heard from you in the discussions is a real commitment and a real desire to make sure that we have a strong level of coherence in our work on the board. And that means that we are, that we have a moral imperative, we have something that's holding us together that we believe in. It really, the 4 C's are the key to a highly functioning governance system. And it's a system that operates with coherence, with collaboration, with commitment, and with consistency. I call them the 4 C's. And the core of that is coherence. The easiest way to think about it is, how many of you have been on a committee or a sports team or a church group or something that you just absolutely loved, and that you found that you that everybody was on the same page about why we were there. Have you had that experience? What was it about that that made that? What was it about that that made it so successful in your mind, that you felt so good about it? Anybody? Jackie, you made the mistake of shaking your head.
I think it's really, at those particular times you feel the teamwork, you feel everybody is pushing towards the same goal, and everybody's pushing each other up towards that similar goal, and you just feel a great synergy and energy between you. I don't know.
Oh, no, that is a great description. I'm hoping we're capturing that. That is a great description of coherence. That's what we mean by coherence. And it's a very real thing. And if you, to use a sports analogy, if you look at Super Bowl teams, when they get there and they win, they have coherence. Everybody knows what they're doing. They're all clear. Their moral imperative may not be moral, but it's an imperative, and that's to win their Super Bowl or win the whatever they're involved in. So as you think about what you described, that's what will hold you. That doesn't mean that you don't always agree, right? That doesn't mean that you didn't have good debate and good dialogue. It means that you were able to come to some sense of agreement. And any questions about this concept of coherence? Because it's really, I think you've got a high level, yes.
Well, just kind of a comment, with the sports team analogy, winning a game is such a clearly defined goal, and such like a narrow scope that everything else kind of melts away of what's going on in people's lives or their political views or, religious views or because the goal is so defined. And,
right. No, you're right.
I think that is kind of an important element.
Right. No, it is. And if you were, if part of the moral purpose of the council is safety, for example, that's a pretty clear goal. And sometimes the sports analogy is probably not a very good analogy for the reasons that you mentioned, Kara, because I think those are great points. This is really a smart council, which is really true. But often what we're trying to transition is away from the broad, every child can learn, the broad, everybody ought to be able to walk down a pathway and like with Walt Disney, have little birds sing and everybody tweeting and stuff. That we're trying to get down to a specific enough that it will serve as that guidance that Jackie was talking about. It's really clear, and that's what really strong governance teams have. It holds them together. It's a unity of purpose that is bigger than their differences. Bigger than the differences, and that's what's important. So let's go to collaboration, I think.
Keep going to collaboration, okay.
Yeah. And the key to that is collaboration. And I think this board clearly, from what I've heard already, it's really a collaborative culture. I haven't heard any sense of, and it's absolutely essential. Again, these are such essential components of governance, and collaboration is at the heart of it, because there are 5 20%ers, right? And the only way that you can bridge those 20%ers and bring it to 100% is through collaboration. I want to move now to the concept of a council infrastructure, because we've talked about the importance of the interaction of the council, which I think this council has done extremely well. So let's go, there you go. I want to talk about what we found has been the most effective element of a council, of a governance system of infrastructure. And this is real stuff. The council responsibilities, I want to talk a little bit about what, just from a general sense of what we know. I want to talk about governance principles, very important. We're going to have an exercise around that. And hopefully adopt them. We're going to talk about norms, which is easy to talk about. Norms are easy to talk about and hard to do. They are, it is one of the easiest things and quickest things we can do. Don't be, well, I won't go into it yet. And then we're going to spend the rest of the day on protocols that will actually guide how we actually do the things that we're trying to accomplish. So the first thing is that these basically are the 5 characteristics. Let's put the clock up. And so let me talk about them in the context of something that we have used for years, literally 20, 25 years in this work. And this is true, by the way, of any governing board. If we start up at the top and think of the responsibilities around the clock, so the first one is setting strategic direction. And that is, and you'll notice the wavy line. Sometimes you'll see a line between the board's responsibilities and the staff's responsibilities, a straight line. We've never used that. We always use this. And the reason is that there are some times, and I think Cleve would really agree with this, there are times when the council has to dip into areas that would traditionally be in the staff domain, because that's what's realistic. If you have a crisis in the community, you're not going to have a line like this that says, I can tell you a quick example in a school district where in the H1N1 virus, before we got into these really bad, the COVID virus, the board asked the superintendent that they wanted to know in detail what safety and precautions were taken in the elementary schools in that district. And the superintendent said, that's not really your concern because that's not policy, that's administration. I don't know if you can imagine what the reaction of the board was, but our policy concern, our concern is the safety of our children in the elementary schools. There was no question that they should have known exactly what was going on. That superintendent didn't stay long, by the way, but that they really needed to know. That was a case where there was a clear dip in this, where the information had to be provided. And so that's why it's wavy. Setting strategic direction is obvious. It's the combination of the governance mindset issues we talked about. That's your territory. And sometimes it's the most difficult area in the city to deal with because you're dealing with really the hard problems. But that's that strategic direction. You also, in your meeting to meeting work, have to do policy direction, and you do approvals. You approve the budget, you approve collective bargaining. By the way, collective bargaining agreement is another highly strategic document. We tend to look at it as a deal cut. Need to look at it as a strategic impact on the moral imperative and on the goals of the city. Stewardship and support. You hire the city manager, you have a responsibility to provide support and stewardship, because he is the person that you hire to run the city. Oversight and accountability, the CEO evaluation and such. And then this issue of community leadership that we talked about. You do have a responsibility, a leadership responsibility out in the community. It's not just I would argue that it's not just a feeling and a goal that you have, it's an actual responsibility to keep the public informed. So those are the 5 responsibilities. And I want to then shift to the second aspect. And there is within the governance system, there are 3 things that are really essential. One, the board have governance principles. The second is that you have norms. And the third, that you have protocols. And the way it works is they feed into each other. Your governance principles, then you need norms to say, how are we going to work together to work within these principles? And then finally, what are the protocols that actually establish the rules of the road for us, the framework? The work that Babs did in the opening exercise in the norms really provide a foundation for establishing those norms, because you identified the ones that you identified. That was a long list, but there will be, it's important to decide within those which we're going to adopt as norms. Protocols, you have, I'm going to turn this over to Babs, because this is an exercise we're going to do, because this is the beginning of an actual product that you really need to, within the context of what we've been discussing. If you have, I think Babs, why don't I turn it over to you?
That sounds great, Davis. And one, thank you. And also I want to make sure if anybody has any questions. And then just to say that once we have once we finish up with Davis, then we're going to do an exercise on governance principles, and then we're going to take a brief break. Okay, so I just wanted to let folks know what to expect next.
So I thought shall we do it now, the governance principles?
We are going to do the governance principles after we see if there's any questions.
Right. Oh, I said, but there are still a couple of things. Okay, go ahead.
So so let me just ask, Davis, do you want me to continue on with these last couple of slides? Because you want to turn it over to me, but we're going to talk about protocols for later.
No, let's do governance principles now.
Okay, that sounds great. But let's see if anybody has any questions of you before I unshare this. Any questions for Davis so far?
So you talk a lot about us working together, but it seems like at times some of our biggest roadblocks is working with the community.
Right.
And they're actually, the smaller the government gets, the closer it interacts with people. The federal government never even looks at people hardly. The state government, we can talk to them a little more, but here people are sitting, 15 feet away from us while we're literally, they're staring us in the face in Zoom. And so it's a much different experience here. And so that becomes almost part of this equation.
Oh, it does. But my response to that is it goes a little bit back to the deep learning. It speaks to why it's so, when you're dealing with the community, and particularly when there are controversial issues, I think 2 things. One thing is that what I learned, and I'll give you a quick example. I was down in Southern California, and I've worked in LA and San Diego, and I mean all the big stuff as well as small districts and small cities. And the board member was on the phone, and I was listening, but I only heard half of the discussion, and it was like, oh yes, really, thank you very much, thank you, yes. And then she hung up, and I said, Maureen, who was that? She said, oh, it was one of our union reps who was very upset about something that was going on. And I said, but you didn't provide any answers. And she said, no, you have to understand, most people who get upset want you to listen to them. They don't necessarily expect you to have, they know more than you think about what an individual person, council member, in this case, board member, can do. But they really want to listen to you, and they want to get clarification and facts, but not necessarily solutions. That was really a very instructive experience, because I found that to be true. And so when we interact with the community, it's the listening tools are absolutely essential. Hearing, and not just blowing them off, obviously, but just actually with the body language, the manner part, demonstrate that you're actually listening to them. Then if you add to that the deep learning part, by that I mean that you really understand the issues, you can listen, and then you can provide factual information about the issue and what the council is doing. And since you have a strong coherence at the council level, you believe in the other council members, you don't believe they're bad guys, or so on and so forth. That combination is so important. That's what I find highly effective board members do intuitively. They study the issues, they listen extremely well, they provide good factual information. They never try to provide solutions, because they're 20%. And they create a false impression, which the community is, as you know, I don't care who they are, they're really smart on this stuff. I mean, they intuitively, they sort of, they figure they've got you. You can't go to the other aisle in the grocery store. You've got half the stuff in your basket, and you're not going anywhere. They got you. And so, but they never, even that, they don't, you should not be expected to be able to provide them with a solution. You can only provide, if it's a complaint, you should have a complaint process for the council. How do you handle complaints from the community? Very important to have that can be a protocol. An example of a protocol is a complaint process, so that every council member handles complaints the same way if it's a complaint against the city. Did that help with, does that make sense, Jackie?
Yes, that was
I'm sorry.
very useful. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Davis at this point? All right.
I have a question. When you're having these conversations with say, a big issue that we've got going around now, and you're saying to listen, but I think sometimes, at least that's what I'm experiencing, is that the people that you're talking with, they're trying to figure out where you're coming from. And how far do you go in agreeing with them, or should I not call it agreeing? How do you let them know that you're listening and that their conversation and what they're telling you is important?
I think there are a couple of ways. One is that what we do sometimes, and I know no one would do this on the council, but what we do sometimes is when we get somebody who's exasperated, we tend to jump quickly and say, yeah, but, or yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that, before they even get, because they know what they're going to say because we've heard it 100 times. Well, it doesn't mean if we've heard it 100 times, it's only the first time for them, unless they're a board watcher. But I mean, and I think so the listening part is being attentive in your manner and letting them go ahead and make their point. And then that's why I emphasize the factual part. I think you have to make a judgment as to whether you feel, I would never say you shouldn't give them the sense of where you are on an issue. That to me is not, I mean, you have to be able to do, whatever it feels right to you about that particular issue. Everyone is different. I know the logo issue is very controversial, and that one's hot in the community. And you're going to be pushed by, well, where do you stand on it? I'm sure that that's going to happen. I can't believe they wouldn't push you. And handling that is, I mean, there are a lot of ways to handle that you know, Patty, you've been through this a lot. But I think the main message is combining these tidbits about manner, about doing your homework, about the issues. I find the more informed on the issues, the more it diffuses a lot of that. I don't know how you feel about arguing with constituents or arguing with the community members, but I've not found that to be particularly useful. But it, you know, I mean, you're the one that ran and got elected. But I find being a facilitator and a listener, and certainly will take their views into account, but not in a blowing it off way. I mean, I've also found that one way, Patty, is to ask questions of them, but you still want to get home before your milk's spoiled.
And Davis, another word that comes to mind that you haven't mentioned is empathy.
Is what?
Is empathy.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's an emotional thing. I mean, it's you know, coherence is a little bit of an emotional thing. It's an emotional trust and stuff. Empathy is creating that with an individual. But I mean, clearly they're going to be, if they pull a gun on you, I would not worry about all of that, for example. You never know what you're going to run to. I had a case where a trustee came up and said, a brand new elected, said, my superintendent pulled a gun on one of our teachers. Is that something I should be worried about? A true story. I said, yeah, you may want to be worried about that. Change the nature of the dialogue, that's for sure.
So
Go ahead,
Davis, I'm going to check in on any final questions, and then I'm going to go to our governance principles exercise.
Yeah.
And we'll have time to remind everybody about the tools. So
Yeah.
let's just see.
Well, I'll come back after that if that's okay, for a minute, if we have time.
I'm happy to do that if I can pull it off.
Okay. By the way, I should mention that one back and forth you're seeing is that Babs and I have not done very many Zooms this way together, just with, so that's relatively new. So we have to do it on the air, so to speak. It's like our own little mini Brown Act. Everybody gets to watch us do it.
All right, so what I'd like to do, and I know that I sent you this in advance.
Babs,
Yes,
Cleve had a
Cleve.
I don't know if this is okay or appropriate time. Would it be okay for a 5-minute restroom break?
You know, absolutely, Cleve. I was going to do a 10-minute after the principles, but
That's fine then. Yep, that works.
You call it. We can take
Nope.
10 minutes now. You're going to wait. Okay, great. So I am going to share one more time. And one of the other documents that we sent to you is the governance principles. Does everybody have those in front of them? Okay, great. I am attempting to share the screen on that, but for whatever reason, I am not getting to it. Cleve, do you happen to have that? Do you have the governance principles?
You're muted. Oh,
Yeah, if you can give me 1 second here, I can pull them up. Yeah.
Okay. For whatever reason, my share screen only wants to show you the PowerPoint. Let's see. I think, Cleve, I think I got it. They're up now. Can you see those now?
No.
Not seen them.
You can't see them.
No.
There,
How about there?
it started to, and then it left.
I shared. Can you see mine now?
No,
Still not up?
So Cleve, I think I've got mine up, so let me try this. Let me try one more time. No, for whatever reason, Cleve, we may be having a technical conflict.
There you go.
Dennis's work.
Oh, all right, Dennis, that's great. I'm sorry, I'm not sure why I'm hitting a conflict with that. So, so I'm going to have Davis just talk briefly about these governance principles and how they really demonstrate a large body of work around governance principles. And then I want to highlight where I pulled some of these so that we could use them. And then the exercise that I'm going to ask you is to identify for us any of these governance principles that you think really resonate with your governing body. Okay, so we've got a couple of things. I'm going to have Davis introduce this, and then I'm going to say where some of these came from, and then I'm just going to swing around and ask each one of you if you would highlight one that really resonated with you, and then we'll swing around again if there's more. So Davis, do you want to just talk about the body work first?
Sure. And also, Babs, we're actually looking for them to actually adopt governance principles.
We are looking for them to adopt them, but what I'd like to do is just continue to go and come back. But that's the goal.
Right, that's the goal. And when I say adopt, I should mention that we're sensitive to the nature of these kinds of meetings. And so when I say adopt, I mean that it may be even just a straw vote or something, but that you may want to adopt them in a regular open meeting. Okay, I mean, these are open meetings. So governance principles are, we have found that part of the process of reaching this level of agreement and coherence and unity on the board that you've actually talked about quite a bit in various places about wanting that, is that agreeing on a set of core principles that will define how you're going to govern in a systems way. And what we've done is, and Babs will talk more about it, but we have pulled together lists from all kinds of highly expert organizations nationally and locally. And as an example, that there is a lot of discussion and work around the National League of Cities, the CSAC, the county board, school boards, and nonprofits about effective governance, and they all talk about characteristics of highly effective trustees. But one of the things that we do a little differently is that we really emphasize the importance of choosing principles that represent what you believe about how you want to govern and how you want the community to see you governing, and then agreeing to govern that way. Agreeing to govern it that way. One of the biggest things that I get concerned about is what I call approve, file, and forget. And often boards will do that with norms, they'll do that with vision statements. They'll approve something that sounds really terrific, they'll file it away, and then they'll never see it again. And they don't really have an impact. They're not alive. What we talk about is something we want you to do seriously because it's going to be alive. It's something that will be in your governance handbook, and something that there are ways to actually check in on them. So I think the best way is for you to actually go ahead and start this process, because I think it'll become evident. Is that anything else you want to add, Babs? I'm going to turn it back to you.
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Davis. Particularly the Yolo County Board of Supervisors was work that Davis and I did with that board, and they came up with these governance principles through somewhat of a similar exercise. As I was looking at other city councils, the City Council of Santa Clara had 3 governance principles that they operated from that I also thought were very strong. The 12 principles of governance that power exceptional boards comes from a source called Board Source, and there's language that backs up each one of these principles. The reason that I always want to pull on this is the number 1 in particular, which is govern in constructive partnership. One of the things that I often ask school boards when I start working with them is I'll say, how many employees do you have? And I get just a whole host of answers, the final one being 1, which is sometimes hard to understand in school boards, but yes, they hire the superintendent only. And then the second question is, and how many bosses does that superintendent have? And in this case, Cleve, and it's 5 bosses. So this notion of constructive partnership is, to me, a really important concept around governance team. So again, these, you can see they're framed in different kind of language. Some of them are have more words to them and some have fewer. And I don't know, we'll see what your preference is. But what I'd like to do is have you start and just circle around and have you each identify one that really resonates with you in terms of thinking about this city council and how you want to operate. So the principles are the values and the guidance for how you want to work together and what's important to you. So with that in mind, Michael, I'm going to start with you and have you just highlight for me if there's one governance principle here, or if there isn't, if there's something else you want to make sure that is included in this concept of governance principles for the city council.
Yeah, I actually like the results oriented.
Good. Okay. And that results oriented comes from the 12 principles of governance that power exceptional boards. So good. Thank you. Dennis, how about you?
Give me just a second here. I'm still, so we're just looking, are we looking at all of them across the board?
You are looking at them and you're just seeing, again, if there's any one in particular that as you think about your board, what are the principles that you want to make sure guide your decision making?
Okay, give me a moment here. I'm
I'll
still
come back to
kind
you.
of contemplating. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll swing around a second time. So this won't be your only opportunity. Jackie, how about you?
1 and 2 really kind of resonate with me. The constructive partnership, but also the mission driven. I like to know what the mission is, the goal is.
All right, great, thank you. Cleve, how about you?
It's in a couple of them. I like the one under Yolo County, the first one there, or the third one under 12 principles, the strategic thinking, strategic planning, governing strategically, I guess is what I would say.
All right, good. And this is exactly what I'm looking for is, again, the language and the wording. We'll start to craft what will work for you all, but pulling those concepts out. So Kara, how about you?
There's a lot of really good ones here, but I kind of like habit 2, develop the capacity to govern, because, you know, the council is constantly evolving every 2 years. There's new members. So I think kind of setting, developing the capacity to govern is something that can like evolve over time.
Good, good. Patty.
I am with Michael, number 6, results oriented.
Great.
And habit 3, focused on achievement.
Good. And Dennis?
Number 6 on the right side, up above, challenge management, vigorously and thoughtfully discuss all strategic proposals. The idea of a robust debate on what we want to do as a city.
Great. All right, I'm going to swing around again. Michael.
Yeah, I think I like sort of the strategic thinking as well. I think combining those with the results, so you have your strategy and then hopefully you're delivering results against that.
Okay, good. Jackie.
I also like habit 5, data savvy, that, you know, we're making decisions on facts and data. That's helped driving our decisions.
Great.
Data person.
Cleve, how about you?
I'm kind of looking at a combination of three. Under the Yolo County one, the transparency, but the one right below it, the collaborative manner with govern with collaborative manner with the community. I think those can be related, transparency and communicating with the public.
Yeah.
Transparency, communication, and public. Good.
Well, and I think also in that is the collaborative
Right.
part. I mean, I think the collaborative part is what I think I picked up from a lot of your discussion.
Yes.
Kara.
I like the first one under Yolo County, govern as a team, strategically focused and mission driven. It kind of combines a couple different ones.
Okay, Patty.
I agree with that one, but also, and it's number one, fashion a leadership structure that allows the board to work effectively and collaboratively as a team, unified in support of the enterprise.
Good. Do you want to talk a little bit more about what you like about that?
I think by fashioning such a leadership structure that you gain more respect from the public, that they see that it's a, one entity working together and that we're not all, going off on different directions. We're unified in support of whatever enterprise is the current topic.
Okay, good. Thank you. Dennis.
Well, I was down at the bottom, the 12 principles on the right, the mission driven and strategic thinking. But then when Kara said govern as a team, it kind of, it's all along those lines of a well thought out strategic goals and mission statements that we can follow. And as a guiding principle, as the board moves forward, as it changes over the years.
Good. So now I'll just open it up. Is there anything else that anybody feels wasn't highlighted?
Number 2 on the right side, the group of 30, building a nuanced, broad understanding of all matters concerning the strategy, risk appetite, and conduct of our organization. And that goes to long range planning and I'm trying to, predict a little bit about where we're going and how we're going to get there.
Right. Okay, good. And Kara, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I like the phrase in the first one under Santa Clara of the entire Santa Clara community. I think that, we each kind of individually have groups in the community that we are immersed in, but I think the job of the council is really to act in the best interest of the entire community. I like that language.
Okay, good.
Can I make a quick comment? What's interesting about that, Kara, is that as organizations move to district-based elected officials, that becomes even more important because there's a natural tendency to fragment around the various trustee areas. And so laying that foundation already, even though you elect citywide, is great.
Anybody else?
I just want to share my agreement with that. And I'm particularly, because I feel as though Placerville is made up of 3 different districts. And sometimes I think we lend too much support to maybe the one that's crying the loudest and we forget the others. And I think it's really important to recognize the whole area.
Okay. Good, Patty. So I know Davis made a commitment that we would have a straw vote in terms of adopting these principles. I would like to propose that we bring them back once we craft them. I think probably Davis and I both heard what's important to you and that we'll start pulling this together because I think that I think it'll be important for us to draft them and let you have a chance.
Right, I agree totally. That the problem with Zoom, this is the kind of thing that we would do if we were in person, we'd be doing this on a sheet so you'd be able to actually see the language. That is really hard to do on the Zoom. So I think that's a good idea. You need to sort of see them written up and make sure that it fits what you thought you had said.
Does that work okay with everybody?
Works great.
Yep.
With that said, one, thank you. You did a great job with this. And let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:10.
Quick question, Deb.
Yes,
Is this 10-minute break, should we be eating lunch now, or is there going to be a
I'm
lunch?
going to give you another break. The plan is at noon to actually take 30 minutes.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
This is another cup of coffee.
That's
Exactly.
right. That's right.
Get rid of one, get another one.
So we'll see you at 10 after. Thank you. So the next hour before lunchtime, I have two exercises that I want to have us engage in that I think are really useful for laying the pathway to developing protocols. And they're kind of the capstone on many of the things that we've talked about today. And so I'm going to go through them each. And let me just explain. I'll explain the first one. We'll probably spend about 10 or 15 minutes on it. And what it is that we want to know in thinking constructive partnership and thinking how you can work effectively together. I have three questions, basically. What do council members need from Cleve to be effective? What does Cleve need from council members to be effective? What do you council members need from one another? And we're just going to do a brainstorm on that. I will just, I will just quickly ask each one of you, just as we've done in the past, and begin to develop a list of what you need from one another to be effective. And it's helpful because, again, I think it starts to flag protocols that will be of particular importance to you as we get into the governance handbook. So that's the first one. And the second exercise is a really interesting exercise around community perception. So we'll spend some time on that, about how you want to be perceived by the community, how you think the community perceives you, and what's one thing to do to improve that perception. So those two pieces will be the exercises we'll do before we break for lunch. Okay, so what do city council members need from Cleve and staff to be effective? So Carol, let me start with you. What do city council members need to be effective? You can just give me one thing or a couple of things joined together, and then we'll swing back around again.
Well, this kind of, I think having that bird's eye view of kind of, the bigger picture of what we're going to be dealing with so that we can adequately prepare, but also just more generally, just robust communication so that we know what's going on and what staff is dealing with. And
Good, perfect. So Patty, how about you?
I'm going to say basically the same thing. Open communication to keep all of us informed of what's going on, so that we're not. It's really embarrassing to be, have questions asked for something that's going on in the community and we don't know the answer. And so I think communication.
There's a sort of a couple of words that come up often around that very thing that you said, Patty, and it's called no surprises.
That's good.
So, okay, Jackie.
My thoughts are any issue, I want to know the background and I want to know the facts. And so that's kind of goes back to that data, we need to know, same thing Patty's saying, we need to know everything so that we can make the best decisions.
Okay, good. So one is to make the best decisions and also to be able to inform others, right? So Michael, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all may say pretty much the same thing. Yeah, just information, and I think a steady flow. I think Kara mentioned that as well, so that we're not caught off guard on an issue. And I think there's a pretty good job of that happening already. So, I think we could always do better, but I think that's the same for me.
Good. And Michael, I think you added something that I didn't when we started, which is this may not be things that you need to correct, but just to emphasize. So that was well stated. Dennis, how about you?
I agree with Michael in that we have a fairly good communication. It's something that we have all talked about at different times, and I think that we are, we're doing a fairly decent job. One of the things that does happen from time to time is that we, the staff, and rightfully so, are working on projects and developing standards and things like that they're going to bring to the council. And I don't know what the right time is for them to bring it to us so that we could start thinking about it too. I think Kara kind of hinted about this a little bit, in that having that those conversations, by the way, here's what we're working on. It's probably going to show up in a month from now. You could start thinking about this to start wrapping your head around these issues.
Good. Cleve, is there anything you might want to add or sort of emphasize here in terms of what you imagine the city council members need from you?
I think they all said it well, and I probably could have started and said the same thing, because I know that that's extremely important. Just, the information, and I agree 100% with, getting them the information sooner than later. Recently we made that commitment. I made that commitment to give you one more day on your city council agenda, which I know is not much, but any little bit but helps, but also more towards the big things that are going on, being able to get you in the loop sooner than later. And it's kind of a mixed bag, because when you talk about as soon as I give stuff to the council, it's then public. And you have to weigh that issue also in terms of, is it ready to go public? Are we still discussing something that maybe we don't want to come out in the wrong way? And as we know, many times the public does take that in the wrong way, anything that they see, rather than that's just a robust discussion in the beginning. So there's kind of a balance that we have to play with there in that process. So.
Good. Anything else in terms of what Cleve needs, what city council members need? We didn't highlight. Yes, Patty.
I think I want to carry forth a little bit more what Dennis was talking about, and maybe we need a little bit more information from staff. So often, maybe the public wants to know something and they have inquiries and they don't get answers, and they don't want to be a whiner or something like that. But maybe if we just instead of, I think what happens is that staff is working on things, and they know they're doing it and they're doing what they've been asked to do, but they don't understand that we need an answer. Is, okay, are you going to have it completed in 1 week, or is it going to be 3 weeks, or just kind of give us an idea, so that we can share that.
Well, and it sounds, Cleve, I heard you say, again, it's a balancing act, but also being mindful based on what you're hearing about advance notice and more kind of what's in front of us.
Unfortunately, because of the time, this time we weren't able to go through all of the governance tools, but I think at the next session, we'll start with that, because there's the concept of discussion meetings might very well address a lot of your concerns, which is, and they're in public. So, I mean, there is that issue. You have to always keep that in mind. But the basically discussion meetings are informal discussions with Cleve and the council about just the same thing you're saying now. No decisions made. It's not intended, even though it's it's still a public meeting. There are no decisions made, but rather just a conversation. And it just has to be done carefully. Balance is, but we'll provide more. We're using it a lot, so we'll talk more about it next time, right?
Yeah, we will for sure, Davis, and we may tap into it by the end of this morning's discussion too. So, because it's really important. So thinking about what Cleve needs from city council members. right, let's talk. And Jackie, why don't we start with you on this one?
Oh, I thought he was going to tell us what he needed.
You're guessing what he needs, and let's find out.
I think that he needs clear communication from us. You know, we're in a council meeting, as clear as we can be. Otherwise, they go back and they spin their wheels doing what they think we meant. So I think being as clear and concise with our directions is one thing he needs from us.
Nice. Well done. So let's see. Michael, how about you?
Yeah, I think consistency on that as well in terms of our direction to him, so that we're not bouncing from one, let's do this. No, let's not do this. Let's do this. Let's not do this. Because it does. I mean, and it's not only Cleve's time, but it's the rest of the staff's time as well, because it's obviously that's going to matriculate down to other people. So I think that would be the other part of it.
Okay, good. Patty, how about you?
I agree with what they said too. He needs to know where we're coming from and not be wishy-washy about it, just state it. And I think it helps him when he knows individually how we think about things. It helps him pull certain things together and his, what he's able to, how he's going to proceed and carry on with whatever is being discussed.
Okay, good. Dennis?
I like that Michael used the word matriculate. But so I think that it's important for the council to recognize the limitations on, I'm saying the same thing everybody else is, but just a little differently, in that Cleve's resources are limited, our staff is limited, our finances are limited, and to have a focused council that is not chasing every shiny object, that we have some goals set out for the year, and that we stick to those and we try and not deviate too much. And that every time that somebody comes along and wants us to do something, we don't just automatically jump into that, but we weigh that against everything else that's going on. Because really, I mean, if you take a look at our 5 year ago, what do you call it, organizational chart, and you look at it now, it looks a lot different. And we can do some great things, but we need to be focused on a few great things instead of a bunch of little things.
Thank you. Kara?
Yeah, my colleagues have touched on this, but I was just going to say to be cognizant of staff time and, what is actually feasible for people to commit time to and kind of chase and research.
Okay, good. And Cleve, what might you add there? What do you need?
It's kind of along the same lines that all said, but the biggest thing to me is, especially right now, is, and Dennis, I think, hit on it the most, is prioritization of projects. There are so many things that are good projects, and they're all good, and we want to do everything, and that's probably a fault of mine. I say yes too often, because it's hard to say no to my council or to anyone sometimes, but I think that prioritizing, because more and more we're realizing that there's just more work than can be done, or if there is something that's a higher priority or a lower priority, but we still want to work on looking at other methods of getting to that through maybe contracting or whatever the case may be. So.
Okay, good. So the one thing that I notice in what you've offered is that it's really looking inside the organization. So remember the side about community leadership. What else does Cleve need from you around looking out into the community?
I don't think I'm quite understanding what you're saying.
What I'm thinking, Patty, is, you're also voices of the community. So you're sharing with him the things that you hear. That's what I meant. It's
Okay.
just saying, in looking, what do you think Cleve needs from you in terms of voice of the community? Does something come to mind?
I'm going to bring up my longevity. I think I've shared a lot of things with him, a lot of background, community background that I think he's found very interesting. I don't know, Cleve, maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of tells him how certain things tend to happen around this town.
So Cleve, what do you think?
No, very true. And it goes back to each council member. I could go through each one and name those, what I see as their strengths that I derive from, and I may talk to, I don't know if they realize this, but I may talk to a different council member based on, I know what their strengths are. If I have questions about what's going on, I'll bring this one up and they'll know exactly. If I want to know what's going on, something that's happening up on our trail system, Jackie knows I'm probably going to call her because she's very involved with the trails and has been recreation and parks. And, Patty's very involved with she has that history because she's been here a long time, but she also has a business on Placerville Drive. So Placerville Drive issues, Dennis, primarily Main Street issues and things going on there. Kara, I've drawn on her as far as the, farmers markets and restaurants downtown and things that go on there because those are her expertise. Those are things she's done and has a lot of experience. Mike is in working with the state, if there's legislation and things going on in the state and his contacts there, I'll call him and see, what can be done there. So really they all have their own strengths and realizing, that I may be talking to one person and not another, because I can only talk to two unless I'm in a council meeting. But so, I may talk to one about an issue and go into depth more so than I have the others because of those expertise.
Okay, really good. So one of the things you need to know is to know your council members.
Mm-hmm.
And to understand, again, you said their strengths and also their connections. So
Sure.
That's great. Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on something that I think that you had said earlier, Babs, and I think it really applies here, and that's no surprises. Most CEOs that I have worked with, that's one of the main things is that they don't want to be surprised either, just like you don't. And often you have information that could eliminate those surprises.
Okay, good. So what do you need from each other? And this really goes to council members. Is there something that comes to mind that you need from each other? Michael, start with you.
Yeah, and I know, sometimes this can be a challenge because the same reasons that Cleve just mentioned in terms of, we only can talk to two of us, and then we're done. We can't really poll, each other on a big issue. So that can be challenging sometimes. And so you're sort of, it's the sausage making during a council meeting to try to come to a consensus. But so I've, for me, I found that challenging in the past. And you try to, you want to, obviously you're staying within the rules. So I think, if there's a really big, I guess if there was a big heartburn or something that, one of my colleagues had, if they thought I might be on a different side of something, maybe giving me a heads up. I don't know. I'm not trying to think of something, but because I do think we do a pretty good job of working these out at council meetings. But that's all I can think of at this time.
So again, I really liked this notion of a heartburn. If there's something where you could be of help, just to be able to know to contact one another within the compliance rules. Okay, Kara, how about you?
This is something that I think that we actually do a really good job of, but just highlighting it is just kind of having everyone's back, even if you disagree on an item. When you go out and you talk in the community, just presenting kind of a unified, respectful way that we all interact with each other, and just supporting each other for our individual views. And I think that's something the council does well.
If I could make a comment, that's a really important insight, because one of the characteristics of a unified board is what happens after there's a debate, or there's a discussion, or there's a real heartburn disagreement. It's how it's handled out in the community. And what you've described is a perfect example of a unified board, really, where you don't take all of that out into the community because, well, I'll say that's not so, but I think it's terrific.
You know, and that, Kara, that actually gave me shivers when you said that. So it's good. You hit a chord for all of us, probably.
Winning.
Sorry, what?
I said winning. She got the best answer so far.
Oh, I've had a number of them today so far. So Dennis, you're up.
You know, I have to agree with Kara because she did she got so many accolades for that. But you know, I like the idea that I could go out and have a drink with any one of these afterwards, anybody in this panel afterwards, and after even some of the most tough decisions where we haven't voted on it. But you know, we know where each other stands at the end of the day, and we respect each other's decisions, and those decisions are made not because of they're well thought out. I think we all have done our homework, and even things pop up and like I feel the hair on my back of my neck go up every once in a while when somebody might say something, but in a very short order I know where they're coming from, and I know where their heart is, and really I know where everybody's heart is on this council, and I truly appreciate that, and staff for that matter. We have I can't tell you how blessed we are, and we may not always be this blessed. And I know we haven't always been this blessed because I've seen some councils in our city that have not gone well, and so I think we're very blessed at this moment in time to have this, and to find ways to where we do all this that bring it together, and so that it helps foster this as we go forward.
That's really well said, Dennis. And I think this notion that you've done your homework, I think that's going to go back into, you know, what Cleve needs from you all is to know that you're doing your homework. You know, that you
Yeah, and I'm definitely getting the feeling this council drinks a lot. That's
A lot less under COVID.
We used to, Davis,
Yes.
we used to, but we can't do it now.
I miss that.
Yeah.
Okay, Jackie.
All right. Well, I'm kind of the new kid on the block. I've only been on the council a couple months, where everyone else has been here a couple years. Pardon?
She doesn't drink.
That's true. I don't drink, but I'm social. I think communication, one thing that I have always appreciated about our city council is them explaining their decisions, particularly when you get to controversial issues, because as a member sitting in the audience, I could have not agreed with them, but if I understood where they're coming from, I at least respect them, that you know, there's a reason for what's going on. I would just say to my other council members, you know, if you have an issue, if I've done something, you know, in a council member, that you reach out to me and we talk about it. It's just like any relationship, that we don't let things fester, kind of air things out and be able to move on. And I think talking to that second person is something maybe I need to do on issues, capitalizing on those a little bit better. I mean, we have this opportunity where you can talk to one other council person and, you know, bounce ideas off, which can help you think through things more, and maybe just capitalizing on being able to use that and using that.
Good. Thank you, Jackie. And I think you highlighted another, I think, important statement, which is don't let things fester. So well stated. Patty, did I call on you yet?
No.
Time? Okay,
But
good.
it's okay.
About this time in the day,
Pass.
I start to lose. No, stay with us.
I'll tell you, you know, we're talking about talking with each other. This Brown Act is probably one of the biggest things that just really irritates me. I understand why we have it, because there was probably a lot of harm done, but it really, really hog ties us at times. Not that I want to go and talk about, you know, yes, I do want to talk about controversial things, but I just think it would be just so much more helpful if we could all talk together on, or if we could, you know, talk with more than just one person. And I honestly, I'm at a point right now where I am afraid to answer an email because I might say the wrong thing. And, you know, and it's like, I want to talk to another council member, and our first words are, have you talked to anybody else about it? And I think it puts us in a really bad position. I think we all feel that way in all honesty. And I know there's no way to get around it, but it's just terribly frustrating to me. And excuse me, I have noticed at some of our meetings, and it's fine with me, but we're having a lot of conversation now at our meetings that we never had before, only because that's the only time we can all talk to each other.
That's right.
And sometimes it wastes a lot of times. I mean, a lot of, not that what we're saying is not necessary, but it's frustrating to me. So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, you brought up a couple of really frustrating things, Patty, and it's possible that maybe in the protocols, at least being able to address some of the issues of when people reach out to you, how do you all handle that? And again, I don't know, we may come back to that, but I want to.
Yeah, it also comes back to the discussion meeting value.
Yes.
The short version of that is that it's an opportunity to have informal. It's publicly noticed, but it's not a regular city council meeting. It's a special meeting like this one. And mostly people normally don't. It would not be a place to talk about the logo issue, for example, but it is a place to talk just about how things are going, how generally a good opportunity with Cleve to just talk through stuff. And it works, and it's very legal. It's been vetted by lawyers all over the state because you have to notice it, but it's special.
So Cleve, anything else you might add that hasn't been
No, I was just going to dovetail on what Dave was saying there. I've done that in other communities. We call them study sessions, and generally would be an afternoon session, not in the evening hours when some people may not be able to attend, but it's primarily to educate and get the council up to speed on some of the more major projects so that they have all that information. The only negative to that is we have so many meetings, and sometimes I feel bad when I'm trying to schedule another meeting for council, and we just had, like this week we have 2 and another one on Tuesday, but I'm open to considering that. The other part of it is one more meeting means one more planning and more work for staff to do. And so prioritizing and figuring out, what is the value of that is important, I think.
Okay, good. Michael, you look like you might have something to say here?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna, Cleve stole my thunder because I was just gonna say, I would love, study sessions are great because you really can do deep dives into policy issues, but I also know, it's not just Cleve, it's Pierre or it's Rebecca, it's some of our department heads that are also going to get brought into that in order to staff it as well as to provide information to us. And that means they're not doing some other work, on behalf of the public. So it is that, the balancing, and Cleve's right too. It's like we have a lot of meetings. Yesterday I had SACOG, Pioneer, and we had interviews. So it was like basically the entire day was meetings. That's why my back's been hurting because all I've been doing is sitting in this not the most comfortable chair for the last 2 days. So we do have to look at that, but I love it. If we could do a deeper dive on infrastructure sometime, just on issues, it would be great. And maybe this goes to what Kara was saying, I think others as well, in terms of, as we map out our time long-term, we know 6 months down the line, we're going to have this discussion, prior to budget or whatever regarding infrastructure or historical resource, whatever it might be. And just so that, we have those mapped out, as opposed to, as Patty said, we're having these big discussions and then, well, we got to have this other meeting. It just kind of comes out of that and then it gets thrown on top staff to do, as opposed to planning for those and then maybe making it a little bit easier down the line.
Yeah, I think that we will take this discussion and see if we can come up with some recommendations. I've got some ideas, but I don't want to take the time right now.
If I may, I agree with Michael in that it'll help us put some guardrails on what we're doing and have a focused long. If we knew what we were working on in the next 6 months and we knew how much staff time was allocated to all those items, and that really anything else is going to take away from those and push them off for another 6 months or whatever that looks like, I think those are important discussions. That's more awareness on our side.
Good.
What Babs and I think about, we're working with a governance calendar and with schools, and so let's think about that, Babs.
Okay, absolutely. And Davis offered up something that we hadn't included, but we will, which is not only sending information back, but also some recommendations that may lay some foundation for what we'll work on next. So I'm going to switch gears for us, and this is going to take us just till 10 after 12. I'm going to buy a couple extra minutes, but it's a really good exercise, and here it is. I'm just going to swing around again and ask you all, one thing you think about how do you want to be perceived by the community? How do you want the community to think of the council? That's Cleve and all the city council members. The second thing I'm going to ask you is I'm going to ask you to rank on a scale of 1 to 5 how you think the community perceives you. And then the third thing I'm going to ask you is to think about, let's say you say, based on this criteria, I rank us as a 3 of 5. Then I'm going to ask you, what's it going to take to get to a 4? So there's 3 steps in this. It really gives us some rich information about kind of, again, how you want to be perceived, how you think you are perceived, and how you could be perceived better. So that's the exercise, and we'll swing around once and just give me one way you want to be perceived by the community, and we'll see if we get everybody's on the table, and if not, we'll go around again. And Dennis, we're going to start with you.
All right. I want the community to know that we have their back.
Okay, good. Jackie.
I guess mine's a little bit like that, but have their best interests and make good decisions for them. A lot of them are busy. They really can't participate in all of our meetings. And, I want them to know that we're thinking about them all and considering them all, and yeah, just making the best decisions for the whole community.
Okay, good. And I capitalized all. So Kara, how about you?
Yeah, I completely agree with both of those. I think just, I want them to know that we are working towards their best interests.
Okay, great. Patty.
Trust.
Trust. Okay. So define for me when you're thinking of trust, there's so many dimensions to trust. What's immediately comes to mind?
That we are putting their best interests first. That to trust us that we are doing what you want us to do.
Okay, good. Thank you. Cleve.
My thought word was listening. And this was brought up earlier today. I think that not only listening, but explaining so that they know we listened. We listened and we heard you. We didn't necessarily agree with you,
Right.
and that's always going to happen. But finding that fine line to be able to know that we heard them and took it into consideration, but then made the final decision.
Good. Michael.
Cleve's been copying my notes. I just got to say that. Yeah, listening. That was what I was going to say as well. And same, we're not always going to agree, different members of the public, but to know that we did listen to their concerns, we took them into consideration, and they were part of our consideration when we made a decision. I think that's important.
So what I heard from all of you, sort of in an overall, and this is going to be hard when we think about working styles. It's going to be hard for our data people here, but I want you to kind of just take this as an overall body of information, right? And say, okay, you want the community to know that you have their back, that you're making the best decisions for all of them. You're working on their behalf, you're listening to them, that they will trust that in fact you're doing this. And that again, even if you don't agree, if you don't always agree with them, you're still taking their input into consideration. Okay, so that's the body of what I heard. Mm-hmm. So here's the task. How do you think on a scale of 1 to 5 that community members perceive you? So, and again, this is one of those exercises that just says, what can we do to get better? So, it doesn't have to be perfect, but but how do you think they see you within the context of how you want to be seen? Kara, I'm going to start with you.
The council as a whole, or us individually as council members?
I'm talking about the council as a whole.
Oh, geez.
1 to 5.
I feel like this council is maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, pick one. 3.5.
3.5, can I do that?
You can. I'll take 3.5. Now, what I want you to be thinking about, and I'm going to come back to you, is thinking about what's one thing that you could do to move it 1 point. So move it to a 4.5. Okay, so just think about that. Jackie, how about you?
I was thinking along the same lines, 3.5.
Okay.
Well, no, it's kind of interesting. We just went through a campaign cycle in November, and I had the opportunity to walk communities and talk to a lot of people I haven't talked to before. And so learning what their perceptions were, was interesting, because you had some people who were like, yeah, I understand these issues, and you're doing your best. I'm frustrated, but, I get it. And then there was other people who were just like, no, they're blowing it. And they didn't have a lot of the facts and the information that they needed. So it's really frustrating when you're sitting at home and you're looking in decisions and you don't understand them. And I really see that as a key point in the public, is when they don't understand.
So as you think again, when I come back to you, you're going to give me one thing that could make it better. Michael.
I'm gonna chicken out and also go with 3.5, because I feel like that's like a C-, because 80, 4 or 5 would be 80%. So I don't think we're I wouldn't give ourselves an 80% at this point. So I'll give a C- from what public's perception. And then I think for those that really pay attention, the people that are the council watchers, I think they'd probably give us a 2.
Okay, so you've got 2 there in terms of which stakeholders you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Patty.
And you know what, you just said it. It depends on which side of the coin you're looking at. I mean, I think for some people, I think probably we rate pretty high. I think we rate a 4 or a 4.5 with some people. There's other people, like Michael said, that we don't. So I guess I would have to go in between, but Michael, I disagree that 3.5 is a C-. That's more of a B-. So I think my rating, I'm going to have to go with the 3.5.
Okay.
3.5 or 4?
I took a 3.5.
3.5, because I really think we're a 5, but I'll have to.
The Michael Patty discussion about the numbers best exemplifies the problem with assessment and education.
Okay, Dennis, I'm ready.
I'm gonna go with a 3.8. And the reason I say 3.8, and I'll if you want me to lean, I'll lean towards 4, is because I think that there's just I think it's how things are colored in terms of, we tend to hear some of the loudest voices, and the fact that we don't hear from a lot of people means that their lives are going well. We have good police. We have the water shows up when they turn the faucet on. The toilets flush when they things disappear when the toilet flushes, and some of their core needs are really being met. And I think we have a great community here. And I think by virtue of them not speaking up too much means that they are happy where they live. And I think that's one of the key things, is that there's a few people that come to our council meetings, and they're a handful, and they're always the loud voices, and they always have something nasty to, not always, sometimes have something nasty to say, and sometimes they add value to the conversation. For the most part, that's just a very small part of our community, and the rest of the community, I hear a lot of good things about our council and about what we're doing. And so I'm solid 4.
Oh, you're a solid 4. You moved.
Yes.
Oh, you moved up?
I did. I convinced myself that 4 is better.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And Carol,
One observation, I think the past couple of councils, there were council members that would often, or at least sometimes, like get into kind of adversarial relationships with community members. And I really think that that's kind of behind us, and this current council hasn't done that yet. And I don't think that there's a tendency to do that. And I think that that's one thing that, just with Jackie coming on and some other council members going off over the last couple of years, I think that that's one thing that's kind of elevated the council in the community.
We need to hear from Cleve.
I'd probably go with the 3.5, but I'll stick with that. I'm like Dennis. I think that who we hear from that are the watchers, as somebody called them, that are the negative side. I think it's a real minor portion of our population. So I'll go 3.5.
Okay, good. And Michael, you're the only a little bit of an outlier where you gave it a 3.5 and then you put a 2 in for.
Yeah, those are for the like I said, those are the ones that everyone's spoken to, because some people are just sort of inherently angry. And so, from that perspective, but I think that's a perspective for us not to lose perspective that there's a larger community out there as well. But it'd be great to be able to hear more from that larger group. I think we're always searching for ways to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to start with you, because I think that that's a great launching, which is if you're going to move it at all, you're going to move your criteria. What's one thing that you could do to continue to strengthen the way the community perceives you and your community engagement?
I think we need to up our social media game. What has taught me during Zoom is the ability for people to, in some cases, easier to interact because they could be at work still or in the car or whatever and call in. And so I think just us, whether it's Facebook or, any other platform that we might use to continue to get information out there. And so I think in order to improve that number, I think our social media just apparatus has, can be better to get there.
Good. Thank you. That's great. And Dennis, how about you?
That is almost my exact answer. I think that having mechanisms to, it's usually the lack of information that causes people to create their own narrative in terms of what's going on when they hear something and they don't have the background or they don't have the knowledge or even know where to go and get it. And sometimes that's the biggest challenge we have. I think that leaves it open for them to create their own narrative in psychology. That when people with lack of information, they start creating their own narrative, 80% of the time it's going to go negative. And so we want to, giving them more information and opportunities to know where to get the information if they want to get it. So.
Okay, good. Cleve, how about you?
It's kind of along the same lines, but I would say a good education program for our public. And I'm going to go away from, I think the social media is part of that maybe, but I do think there's importance in looking at, we had a process where we were doing neighborhood chats, community chats, whatever you want to call them. And I think those were extremely helpful. Unfortunately, you don't always reach a big audience for that, but those people that came to those really got a good education on that topic that we were discussing. And hopefully we can get back to where we can do those live, because I think having them live is really important too, so that you it's hard to have a discussion with a large group over Zoom like we are now, but you can do that. You can get 50 to 75 people in a room and have a good discussion and a good education so that they thoroughly understand where we're coming from, but more importantly, we thoroughly understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, I gotta just throw a little bit extra in there. So like on National Night Out, we've done this over the years where council members go out to different neighborhoods. People host, council member No has hosted these in the past as well on National before she was on city council. And I thought those were great for that too, because you really got a chance to talk to people. And these aren't necessarily folks that are showing up to every city council meeting. I mean, for me, Chamberlain Street really stands out. I mean, it got great questions from people, and a real, I think, understanding where we were coming from as the city council as well. And so Cleve's right. It's social media, but also it's being able to get out. So whether it's the chats or when we were out for National Night Out, these different avenues that we haven't been able to do during COVID.
Okay, great. Thanks, Michael. And Patty, how about you?
Did you say me? There was an interruption on it.
I said Patty.
Okay. I think that social media, I'm going to say Facebook, has been a detriment to us. There's just so many falsehoods that are, carried through, and my understanding, and I have to confess, I am an ostrich. I do not do Facebook for that very reason. My blood pressure, I want it to stay down. I get so upset when folks, and again, we're hearing all the negatives from, those people that want to feed negatives, and we're not hearing, and if anybody challenges them, it seems to create a big chaotic mess. And so I think Facebook has been a detriment to us. So I really do agree that if we could get back to our live community meetings and our National Night Out, and, have more of our social activity, our Christmas, for instance, that we haven't been able to do, and all those things, it's bringing the community together in that manner. I think they get the message a lot more so. And then the new program that the city, our new website design, and I think that's, I think it's very interesting, and I'm really hoping that people are going to take advantage to, tuning in on that.
Okay. Thanks, Patty. Kara.
I kind of touched on this earlier, but I think just, making sure that when we're having a discussion in a council meeting, that we're keeping all of our comments productive and positive, even if we're disagreeing about things, but just, not keeping the conversation kind of at an elevated level, and being productive and supportive of community members that, have concerns about certain things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And Jackie?
One thing that staff has done particularly well lately is start coming up with this monthly newsletter that kind of informs people about everything that's going on and people are doing. And I'd like to see us be able to push that out more. And, if that's, we've been talking about in other subjects, sending out a flyer to everybody in the city, and, maybe when we get the website and the newsletter all kind of wired, that we could blast that out so people could sign up for that. Because, people signed up for council meetings, but not everybody wants to listen to a council meeting. But I think a lot more people would be interested in these monthly newsletters that would help keep them informed, and opportunity for education and all those sorts of things. So that's one of the things I'd like to see.
Great. So based on listening to one another and talking about how to improve, is there anything that you think we missed? So it's a lot, again, around outreach and around creating forums and opportunities for the public to become even more educated, and taking advantage of things that you're already doing that you could do more of, and also understanding as COVID drops into the background, being able to take advantage of being in community again.
I think COVID's only one point, not everybody can get out. We have an older community, people who don't like to go out after dark. And so anything that we can do to help them, connect them with more information, I think is great too.
Great. Good point.
Too, we've had, if you look at the down little where it tells how many people are participating in your meetings, we've had a lot more participation since we've been on Zoom than we do when we were having our live city council meetings. So in one way, it kind of has helped, as far as participation.
I want to mention, if I could, and this is one thing that Dennis brought up earlier today, is developing and having a strategic plan, strategic goals that we're doing that the community can see and understand. And then when they see that we're not doing something, we say, this is what we established for this year. This is what we're doing. And so they understand why we are doing what we're doing.
Using that as a way to communicate again what the city council priorities are. Okay.
Yeah, I think another unique thing to Placerville, and I truly do think it's sort of unique to Placerville, is we tend to also get we get a lot of voices that aren't necessarily residents of Placerville. They could be in the county, they could be from other places, and just by virtue of being the county seat in this case, and I think because there's only 2 cities in El Dorado County, you tend to get a larger group. And in some cases, I think, and I've tracked this because when you end up getting to know everybody that calls in or people, and I can just tell by the phone numbers and the people listed, and on a Zoom that, most of them don't actually live in the city, and their voices are important because they live here, they work here, or they shop here, or they have a business here, but it's also not necessarily always the residents of this, municipality too. And I struggle with that sometimes myself, because it's not necessarily the voice of the community, it's the voice of a lot of other people outside of the community.
That I have to agree. That is, as mayor this year, that is one of the challenging things, because I do hear from a lot of people that do not live in the city limits that recognize the city as their town, is their place. That's where they call home. You may live in Camino, but Placerville is where you live.
Yeah.
And a lot of people identify with as a resident of Placerville when they're not. And so balancing those and understanding who you represent is kind of a challenging task in this very unique situation here. I agree with you, Michael.
That's a really interesting insight and context too. So,
Can I ask a quick question, Babs?
yeah.
If you live outside the city limits, what is is your address still Placerville? Like I live in Davis, and I live outside the city of Davis, but I think of Davis as my town. And my zip code is Davis's zip code, and my address is in Davis. Is that the same thing in Placerville?
Yes.
See, because if that's true, then you really do see Placerville as, you put it down, and every time you do a return address, you put down Placerville. And that does psychologically tend to connect you.
But Kara and then Jackie.
I think that this is a really good point, and this is also something that I've been struggling with since being on the council. And one thing that kind of adds another whole layer to this is the city of Placerville residents are politically different and demographically different than the county residents. So it's really, it becomes really hard to tell. It's not like the county residents are necessarily a random sample of what city of Placerville views would be. So that, it just kind of adds a whole nother level to how to figure out what our actual constituents want from us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Jackie, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to add to that. I think Dennis referred to it earlier that we're a working town. So Placerville swells by 70% every day as people come in here to work and shop. And, that goes to the people who, also feel this is part of their town. But with the calls in, I think, we're also seeing calls from Shingle Springs, from Cameron Park, from Pollock Pines, down from Sacramento. And, to me, that's the frustrating thing, because the meetings are going on and on and on. And, it's great to hear outside perspectives, but how much of the conversation are they versus, how we're our actual residents? Because there are issues, even one of our biggest issues, when I walk around town, some people perceive the noose and the logo as the biggest issue. And a lot of people I talk to will say, man, I wish you'd focus on the real problems that we have. That is not the biggest issue. And so, I think Michael said, trying to balance, all those voices in what we're doing and remain committed to the citizens and the people who vote us in this office to represent them. It's a hard balance.
It is.
Davis, do you want to say something here?
No, I was struck by that. I think that is a huge problem. I can see that. Maybe problem is the wrong word, but it definitely has an impact that's difficult to handle.
And you know, a lot of the groups that we have, they're not just Placerville residents, you know, social groups, et cetera. The clubs that we have, the Rotary Club, the Shakespeare Club, they're from everywhere, you know, they're from all different outlying areas. And so again, I think that makes them feel as they're a resident of Placerville, you know, because they participate in, you know, they like, and again, I'll say Rotary Club, they do a lot of fundraising and stuff, and I know that there's different Rotary Clubs in different areas, but what they do and the participation that and what they donate to the city, you know, it makes them feel that they are a part of our city.
Yes, Kara.
Yeah, the flip side of this, and if we want to be positive, is that it is really amazing that so many people consider Placerville their home and feel vested in the community and feel like they really have an interest in what happens here. I mean, that is a huge privilege and is something that I think not all towns have to experience, but it definitely does also present challenges, especially when you get into like contentious social issues. You know, when it comes to clubs and sports teams and schools, it's amazing to have, you know, pull from a bigger geographic area of people that are just really interested. But when it comes to like the more contentious items, it can be really challenging.
Right, like try telling somebody from Clovis that they're from Fresno, get stabbed.
So I really appreciate that. One, I asked you to spend time thinking about how you want to be perceived, and then also the ranking and some ways to get better, but also to identify and sort of highlight that it's a much more complex issue than just this is your city and the boundaries are here and these are the people that live here, but that it's much broader based on the county and based on the location. And so, Kara, I really appreciate you leaving us on a high note, because we're going to take a lunch break here, but also to recognize that, you know, that you did a deep dive in there. You know, you really highlighted again some of the more challenging issues. And I think, again, Patty, you know, the virtual platforms are highlighted by some constituents, and also they're challenging for others. So, you know, really noting that the generational perspectives from this council are really, really helpful, you know, and the different perspectives, and that there aren't easy solutions here. So I appreciate all that you've contributed, and also, as I said, that you were game to do a deeper dive on this one as well. And with that, we're going to take a lunch break and come back at 12:35, but I'm not going to let you off the hook without a little homework. So there is a document that was called Developing Your Governance Handbook. And also I created a separate document that lists protocols that become protocols that Davis and I both learned over the years in the various areas that we've worked in. These are protocols that have been really helpful. They're only bullet points. So our job, once we identify them, is to really define them and decide what the protocol is. What I'm asking you is that you just highlight your top 5. Okay, so I want you to just tell us what your top 5 are, and then we'll collect that when you come back, and that will become our charging orders for the protocols that we will address over the course of the next couple of sessions. And also likely, because I think we'll have time, one of the things I do see about you all is you're pretty darn efficient. So I think that we'll make some progress on certainly doing more than one, but please take a look at that list. And also, as you look at that list, if there's any topic that you feel isn't on there that we should be thinking about in terms of protocols, protocols are your guardrails. They guide how it is that you work with your staff, how you work with each other, how you work with your community. Okay, so everybody know what the homework assignment is?
Mhm.
Enjoy your lunch.
One
We'll
comment?
see you at 12:35.
One comment.
Yes, Davis.
Um, we were working in San Diego, and we provided the board with this list of protocol samples. And one of the board members simply moved all of those protocols and said they would become their protocols. You don't get to do that. That's
Forewarned.
Fair enough. All right. We'll see you at 12:35.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the exercise was, again, to take a look at these protocols, and knowing that part of our work is going to be to define them. We're going to go through an exercise about that. But Cleve, did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay, but before we do, I really feel that the one last slide that I didn't let Davis show was around governance tool. And I want him to just talk about those briefly before we start talking about protocols. So Davis, talk a little bit about study session, discussion meetings, etc.
Yeah, there are basically 4 very important tools that are available to assist in actually developing the infrastructure around the city council work. And they are sequential to some degree. And so the first one is something I referred to briefly, which were conversation discussion meetings. They're a little different than study sessions because the study sessions do require a lot of staff work because you're usually going on a deep dive into a particular goal or a particular program. Discussion meetings are exactly what the title suggests, and that they are opportunities for Cleve and the council to have, and they are public meetings, but to have conversations regarding governance issues, regarding things like information. Are you getting information the way you need it? But a chance to really talk it through. And some boards schedule these maybe 4 times a year, or that they will schedule them as check-in points to see how you're doing on protocols, see how you're doing on norms and things like that. They're very valuable. There's a second iteration to them that are sort of like study sessions in between. And they are an opportunity to talk with Cleve regarding a very early, just to the point of wanting to kind of check in with you and see how you were feeling about maybe a proposed priority or a proposed program. But they also are, it also is a discussion meeting rather than an action meeting. It is a little different than the pure discussion because you're talking about a content area that you would have to notice. I mean, you would have to mention, and what most boards do with the discussion meeting is they'll actually notice it as a governance discussion, a special session on governance. People can sit in, but you'd be surprised how bored that is for people who are really into issues. They just go like, oh, really? That's what we're going to talk about? No, I don't think so. And they usually bail. I see very few people get involved in the discussion meetings. And out of the discussion meetings primarily also are where you talk about protocols. Again, you don't need a lot of staff there. Cleve would decide and you would decide which staff members. Sometimes the discussion meetings are just Cleve, there are no staff at all. It's just because it's a time to talk together. And that's the key point about it. But it's also a time for protocols and things like that. That then leads up to the governance handbook. If you don't write it down, often the activities that lead to goals and objectives, that lead to vision statements, mission statements, things like that, a lot of the things that we talked about today, they're sort of like, sitting in a hot tub, kind of just talking stuff through and then leaving. And nothing changes because nothing was written down. There was no real record. There was no real engagement with it. So governance handbooks, and we have hundreds of them, literally hundreds that have been adopted. Isn't that right, Babs? Pretty much.
We do. We do.
Yeah. And and they've been around a while in the education area. And the governance handbook is different than your council policy handbooks and stuff, because just like the discussion meetings, the governance handbook is where you record all of the council's agreements. So it's where you would have the moral purpose, if you've gone that route. It's definitely where you would have the norms. It's definitely where you would have the protocols. It's definitely where you have the governance principles all in one place. And it's a living document. It's intended to actually be your document for your work. And it would include what we're going to talk about in a minute, which would be governance principles. The way we think about that sequence, because these are all like system-oriented things, the sequence is governance principles, and then, as I mentioned before, and then norms, and then protocols, which flow from the governance principles. And all of that is in the governance handbook. So it is invaluable for brand new board members, brand new council members, because it's the only place where you really capture, it's just different than the more technical kinds of things in policy books and the council handbook, because it's really designed to be very easy to read and very easy to use. The third major piece is the council self-evaluation. Highly effective boards will do self-evaluations. They do their own assessments. What is important about it in this sequence is the evaluation should be mostly on the protocols and the governance principles. It's the stuff that you've developed. There's a lot of boilerplate self-evaluation documents, but the only way that protocols and governance principles become alive is if you evaluate yourselves on it. And that does two things. One is that you'll go through and you'll ask, and this is a discussion meeting. I mean, technically it could even be under the CEO's evaluation, but it's really council evaluation. Depends on how legal you are. But the council self-evaluation for evaluating protocols is invaluable. It puts the protocols back in front of you. Did we follow and it's your own protocols. Did we follow our own protocols? If not, what do we need to do to make sure, or we drop it? We don't have it be a protocol. If we're not going to follow it, let's get it out of the book, because we're not using it. And it's really good for the governance principles, because you will ask yourselves hard questions about, are we really doing what we said that we should do, or were those just words? The final one is just that highly effective boards, and particularly a council like yours, they continue to do governance education work. I never use the word training. They continue to do governance education work because it sustains the high quality. I think it's actually governance work is actually most effective with boards and councils that feel they're doing a good job and want to keep doing it. They want to sustain it over time with new board members. When new council members come on board, they want to continue this high standard that you've set. You can only do it with this kind of infrastructure. Okay, so that's an intro really to one of the first things we're going to do are protocols, right? Or are there any questions about this? I'm going to turn it back to Babs, let her handle the question. I mean, I'll handle them, but you can.
Any questions?
That is the quickest version ever made of those four.
Nice job, Davis. Thank you. One thing that I thought I would just add into the list that I gave you before I ask if you have anything to add is I put a 6A, and 6A I put in as discussion meetings, because we'll differentiate between work study and discussion meetings. They're really, they have different purposes. And so I just want to add that in rather than upset our number system. So anybody else have any protocol area that they felt wasn't included in this list that we should add. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up on this, so I'm just going to start with Kara. I'm going to start with you, and I asked for 5. So I want you to tell me which numbers you have. You're muted, I think.
All right.
Here we go.
Number 1, 2,
Okay.
6, 18, and 26.
18 and 26. So, thank you, Kara. That's great. And normally we'd have a big chart up on the board and you could immediately see it. So I'm just going to be telling you where we land eventually. So thank you. Jackie, how about you?
I picked one from each category just for fun.
Okay.
I picked 1, 11, 18, 23, and 24.
18, 23, and 24. Okay. Okay, great. And Michael, how about you?
So I have 1, 6, 7, 17, and 18.
17, 18. Okay, great. And Patty, how about you? Patty, you may be, are you muted? You are muted.
Okay, I had a hard time choosing just 5, but I'm gonna go with 1, 4, 18, 22, and 26.
Okay, and Dennis.
I'm not going to pick one because everybody else did, or several people did. So I'm going to let that one. This
Okay.
is not easy, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Because there's I like when Davis said we could just adopt them all. Or wait, he said we couldn't. Okay. Number 6, number 10, 17, 18, and 22.
Okay. And Cleve.
Okay, I had, I had 1, sorry, Dennis.
No, I like it.
1, 6, and maybe I should say, I don't have, it's not on the chart, but I would say 6 and 6A. I'd kind of like to combine those, but 6A, I'm very intrigued by kind of the description of that. So
We will, I think we will combine those, Cleve. But
Okay.
I just wanted to differentiate a little bit by what David said, but keep
Sure.
going.
okay, so 13, 17, and gotta turn the page here. What else? And 24.
Okay, all right. Good. So for the first one, I'm gonna say 5.5.
Thank you.
There you go, Dennis. And the next big ones are, let's see, 3. The next one I get is bringing up new ideas, number 18. And then we drop into some 3s, and one is the study council or the study session discussion meetings and also public comment. And then we drop into some 2s. So what I'm going to suggest is that we, as I said, I believe we're going to have enough time to at least do 1, 2, or 3. We'll keep this list going. So this list isn't necessarily going to go away in terms of those that you chose. But I really wanted to be able to sort of shift and prioritize so that we knew which are the ones that you want to begin with. Because through the course of our times together, there may be others that we want to make sure we cover. I know I held you to 5, but we'll have time in between meetings for you to give us some feedback in terms of some other ones you want to make sure we cover. So we'll continue to use this as a tool, but I want to just start now with strategic planning and role of the city council. And here's the way that I want to work on it. And Cleve, I think you can unshare if you want.
Okay.
I'll be capturing notes and in my, not on the share, but in my on my computer. And the first thing that I want to ask you when you're thinking about this, so think about strategic planning and the role of the city council. I want you to think about what's the rationale for this protocol. What kinds of things do you want to be thinking about as you're designing a protocol for strategic planning for the city council? What are the important values, things you want to demonstrate to the community in terms of your role in strategic planning? And we can just brainstorm this, and you can help me with making sure I get to hear from everybody. But what comes to mind in terms of what you want to demonstrate to the community about the kind of city council you are?
Like for me, I think it's a couple of things. It's long-term planning, that we have a long-term plan in place from a strategic stance, and that we're, doing the best we can with the taxpayers' dollars, as we, implement against that.
Okay, good. Who else? What else do you want to add? Jackie, you look ready.
Well, long-term planning was definitely on my thought process on that. I always say if you don't plan for success, then you're planning for failure. And so just really, like I said before, we kind of talked about how we get off on a lot of subjects, but, keep bringing the conversation back to our long-term plans and getting those goals accomplished.
Okay, good. Patty, would you add anything here in terms of rationale?
Well, to deliver the message that everything we do is for the benefit of the city and its citizens.
Okay, good. Dennis? Anything
Muted.
you might want to add?
Okay.
I have to start calling that the dentist.
Hey, you earned it first. It's about setting a course for the city, and that, oh boy, it's tough for me to wrap my head around it. But I want people to have the confidence that we have a plan, and that we're working that plan. And that now not everybody may like the plan, and we review the plan on a regular basis, but that we do have a plan that we're working on. And I don't know that we have that document that we could just go look on this page and figure out, and we can share with you what we're doing.
Okay. Other thoughts before I move on to drafting the protocol?
I was just going to say, I would hope that what we come up with is something that we can say, it's staff's strategic plan, it's council strategic plan, and it's the community strategic plan. So in the development of that it's something that the community has input on and buys into, so that somehow we can hopefully be able to say that we're all on the same page, all three of those groups, not just staff and council, but the community also.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Kara.
The word that I had in my mind, and Cleve, you really just hit on it, is, a common purpose. And I think Cleve kind of bringing the community into it, but that we're all working towards something together, maybe coming at it different ways, but there's a common purpose that, unifies us.
Okay. Did we leave anything out?
If I can plug a little on the common purpose, the moral purpose drives is something you can share with the council, and I mean share with the community. It is something all three should be together on, and that is very strategic.
And one of the things you just said, Davis, that will feed into the to the rationale is strategic. I mean, this really speaks to the governance mindset that we've been talking about, systems thinking and strategic. So good. So in terms of a protocol, what's the process that you would want to use in terms of developing a protocol for strategic planning? And Cleve, I know this has been on your radar for probably many years, right? So what comes to mind in terms of making this a process that is part of your work?
Well, I think that, we've attempted to do, for example, a strategic plan probably 3 or 4 times. And not to say that we haven't done it. We have done it. We've developed a vision, a mission, and goals, and a kind of our plan going forward. But the piece that has been missing is taking that plan and rolling it over into action in terms of everything we do, our budget, our day-to-day operations even. And so that's what I'm really key on is finding ways to make that part of basically everything we do. And I've seen how some others have done it. My biggest roadblock maybe has been actually sitting down to take the time to put that into place and do it. So I think one thing I would say is, it's commitment from the city council to push that and say that that's a priority. We have to do it. And then being able to say, we're gonna step back on items 2, 3, and 4 because we're gonna make this a top priority, something like that.
Dennis, would you add something in here?
It's a commitment on staff, council, and the community's part to be aligned with that, with everything we do, and knowing that that is the driver of a lot of our long-term planning and well, strategies, of course. But it's a driving thing that we refer back to it. It's a guiding, and we update it. We look to it almost like a general plan you would look to from the city to move forward. It's how we would move forward as a council.
Good.
Yeah, I guess we'll go with that.
Davis, do you have something you might add here?
Yeah, I was just thinking, Dennis, you raised a really important point about the strategic direction that's set in something that's adopted like this. It needs to be owned by the council and by the staff and even by the community, but particularly by the council, I think. Because it is strategic. It's your turf. I mean, it is the area that the council lives, and I think I talk about moral imperative, moral purpose, and stuff, but we're talking generally about the same thing, which is a central concept around which which drives your strategic goals, and it's more action-oriented on your part than the general plan, I suspect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, okay, we have to have the general plan because that covers everything, but these are our priorities now. These are our strategic goals now. And that means some things are going to drop off the list. You can't have unlimited strategic goals, because this is where you're saying, this is why the budget document is so important as an integral part of the core strategic goals that you adopt. They have to be funded, and it really is important for it all to flow together. I mean, part of having a highly developed governance system is that this coherence flows through the staff, the CEO, the council, and you all think about this the same way. You've agreed to it. Doesn't mean you don't disagree on pieces of it, but you agree on where we want to move. You agree on where we want to get. If you can't agree on where you want to get, then you do have a problem, because it flows back into the system, and you have people that say, well, I don't really care about this goal because I didn't really agree wanted to go that way. So getting agreement on how you're going to go and where you want to get, whatever you call it, then you establish your strategic goals to get there, and you then have coherence up and down the system, which is the ultimate goal. Because then you can really roll. You can really achieve in that environment. You can't achieve if you don't have it, because you have too many places you want to go. People go this way, that way. You're going to go, what we agree on is where we want to go. We may have how to get there is where we're going to have our debates, but we agree on where we want to go. I'm sorry. It's after lunch, I ramble even more than usual.
I actually think you're rambling. Well, and I guess that's why we work together. I thought your rambling was useful. I think one of the things that I want to help you with, and I know Davis does as well, is that it's one thing to state the philosophy, it's another to state the rationale. The other piece is to say, well, okay, great. How are we going to do that?
Yeah.
And I think one of the things, Cleve, that we keep referring back to is that if you don't have a strategic plan, you do have a budget. So you have a process established that gets you to the budget process. So is there something in there that can support creating a longer term 3-year strategic direction that could help in terms of defining how do we get there? We say we want it. It's really important. We know the council sets the direction and that you want it to be aligned throughout the system. So the question back is, are there some steps that we could at least begin? Remember, this is all draft, so it'll come back and you'll be able to make adjustments as appropriate. But if what we'll look for is you have something that's helping you to define how your resources are spent. So what's that process?
Well, we have a fairly extensive budget process, and the council is obviously a part of that too. But my personal thought is a strategic plan should come before the budget process, and then your budget is developed based on what you're, I'm not sure. So I guess you could argue that we're kind of doing that all in one and coming up with a budget document right now.
Right.
But I think the budget document has some things, workload factors, goals and stuff of each department. But I think that those could be in a strategic plan, need to be, well, a council strategic plan is going to start from a higher level and then come down to some of the detail that would be developed more on the department level. But so yeah, what I see, in terms of protocol, perhaps, is that we, getting back to what Kara asked for, an annual calendar, and we set dates and say, we're going to start our strategic planning process in September of each year, and it would somewhat maybe mirror what our budget process is, only we do that in the fall, and then the budget process rolls into the spring. And so, again, somewhat mirrors that process in terms of how we develop it. But where now we work, our finance director directs that budget process for me. And I see the strategic plan would be somewhat led, I guess, by me, but by the city council, and then staff would support that direction. So.
Well, and that's where I think I brought this up even in some other areas in the past, and I just feel like I think that's correct. I mean, I think what Cleve said is 100% correct. However, I think we only have one Cleve. And I think that becomes the problem, because Cleve is literally running the city day to day. And I think it becomes very difficult for him to have to step away and to help lead this type of strategic plan and that day-to-day caring and feeding. And so so from a budget standpoint, I really believe we need to find the money in the budget. And I know Dave's listening in here as well, to have some like assistant city manager or something else that could help take on some of these, they're not special projects, but they are other things that come out, and invariably things come up throughout the year. And I feel like that position will end up paying for itself by allowing Cleve to be more nimble with his time and not, because it's, we've talked about the whole looking at things from here, but then we force him into the linear management as well of having to do some of these tasks because there's not somebody else. And I think Cleve feels responsible if he pulls off Dave, or if he pulls off a Rebecca, or he pulls off, somebody else. And so it falls on Cleve to have to do all this. And I know there's our portion of this as well, but I still think like there's no magic bullet, but I do feel like if we could find those funds, it would be money well spent towards us getting to that more strategic location.
Kara.
I want to agree with Michael in as much as,
Sorry.
do you know how many plans we've had in the last 15 years that I've been on this council? And it doesn't matter how sincere we are and how diligent we are in making these plans. We absolutely have. What do you do when the recession hits? What do you do when COVID hits? Everything just kind of gets wiped off the map. Everything that we've made the plans for. So I agree with the strategic planning, but we can't do anything until we have a better income. And I know we've tried, we've done a lot of things, and I'm just going to toss it out like we're thinking the cannabis issue. Well, look what's happened with that. We've been faced with one lawsuit after another, and it's delayed what we thought was probably going to start happening a year or more ago. And these are the things that keep happening in our town. We have a plan, and then, we get the naysayers, or like I say, or the whole country goes into a recession or whatever. But we've always had great plans. And had we been able to follow through on a lot of those plans, we would be one absolutely magnificent little city right now. Not that I'm not putting us down, but I mean, we'd be so much further ahead. So, and I guess that's where my problem is, that I've been on the council long enough to just see one disappointment after another. And, it kind of gets down to, why am I making these plans? Why? And I know you said don't talk about what has happened in the past, but it's really hard to not think about what's happened in the past, because it has constantly with us. So I don't know, we need to do something that we can, counteract these things that happen, because they keep holding us back.
Patty, I'm going to go to Kara. Thank you for that input. And Kara.
I was going to kind of comment on Cleve's comments about the budget process. And I totally agree that having this kind of strategic plan with the council ahead of going into the budget would be helpful, because I kind of feel like how it currently is, department heads put in a ton of work outlining their budget. And we get we come in kind of at the tail end of the process, and it's hard for us to make any strategic changes when so much work has already been done. So I think, leading the process with a strategic document.
Dennis.
Yes, thank you. I think the strategic plan is somewhat, I think the budget is somewhat of a strategic plan in numbers rather than words. And that as we develop our budget, if you were to take our budget and put it into words, you would almost get a strategic plan. Now, that strategic plan primarily is developed by staff and by necessity. Most of the things that we're doing in our budget are by necessity. And so to Patty's, I have to speak to what Patty was saying. She's right on between the lawsuits and the public request for information and all these things that bog down the city. Some of these people that are doing all these PRAs and things like this, want us to do a lot of things to support them too. And so part of this is bringing the community in as part of the strategic plan and helping them understand how we can't help them if they don't help us. And there's, we're at loggerheads with some people. Some people are suing us. It takes a lot of staff time. It takes resources. And we have limited resources. This is a zero-sum game. If we're spending time on a lawsuit or a PRA, which some of them are massive, then we're not spending time on things that we could actually be helping our community with, whether it's a historic overlay or it's things that they want or things that other people in the community want. But there is a huge gap between what people are doing to the city and the realization that all that stuff that's happening is affecting our ability to be a more productive council and a more productive community.
Davis, I'm going to turn, thank you, Dennis, and I'm going to turn to Davis because I want to lean on him a little bit in terms of where we go from here, because you're defining real barriers and challenges to being able to do strategic planning. And and I think, Michael, you identified, it's a capacity issue, which you've all spoken to. But I think, Davis, what bright light do you see here? Davis, you're muted.
Welcome to the club.
People have been trying to mute me forever. As I'm listening to this basic reality discussion, which is very healthy, it gets to the underlying issue of how you're going to address these real problems. And I think that requires thought. It requires work with Cleve. It requires some thoughts, because you could almost tick off the major issues, all of which sound very real to me. And by the way, not uncommon with strategic plans, which are by definition long-term. And I sometimes, personally, I like talking about strategic goals and not quite so much oriented to plans can be developed to implement strategic goals. And the strategic goals can be a little more short-term because you've got to get past some of these issues. But you have to deal with the reality of the resources available and the strain and stress that I'm hearing, which again sounds totally real to me, and which has sidelined many public agencies go through this. This is not unusual for Placerville. Often our appetite for long-range accomplishment way exceeds the capacity of either the staff or and I don't mean that negatively, I mean just simply the physical, the capacity and the resources. So if there's a way to boil down this discussion into next steps, like, are we going to move forward with strategic planning given the discussion? Is it realistic to do that now? Or are we going to do a 3.5, which I really like, on our other scale, the midpoint, which seems real realistic to me? Are we going to say, let's do this first? I mean, I think one of our problems is we tend to leapfrog to where we want to be. And sometimes we have to go back and say, what's the first thing we can do together to try to address this? Maybe it's to lower expectations about a strategic plan, but talk about strategic goals. And strategic goals to me are, let's adopt 3 things that are going to help us get past some of these barriers. Well, resources is just a constant. I mean, everybody has that problem. And so I think that everything you do, and as I said earlier, Dennis, it's absolutely true that the budget is, I actually think the budget is the most significant strategic document. But I think trying to break it apart and rather than just feel frustrated, trying to say, what can we do about this? Is there anything we can do? Are we just going to say, no, we can't do anything? Which is going to really get in the way of us being of what we had in that first protocol. And protocols are about practical steps. And I think that is there a 1, 2, 3 that you can think of that will allow us to break the log jam so that we can move past that, even if it means reducing down. Maybe we do this 1 or 2 really strategic things where we can actually calibrate the resources and do the steps to achieve it. It ought to be based on that central core belief that you have, of what we call, whether you call it a core principle or whatever. I just think sometimes breaking it down and unpacking it into basic steps with a clear understanding of step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 to get us there. At least you will be working on it, because this is a systemic problem that you have. So it's not easy. I mean, what the frustration is totally warranted. I mean, it's not an easy step, but you want to get past it. So you're not just, I think Patty's point about having 3 or 4 strategic plans, that is so classic. I mean, that is not at all unusual. One of the things we used to say is that people who do the strategic plans, the real danger for them is to think that by approving a strategic plan, that they've done their work. No, approving a strategic plan is you've just started your work. You've just basically laid out your work plan. So it's not surprising that that you've had these false starts. All of it's just totally understandable. It's not I mean, so anyway, I would try to do it step by step. What's the first step to do? Any reaction? Cleve, what do you think?
I will just say that I agree with everything. I agree with Michael. Yeah, there is a staffing issue and trying to find the time to do it. But from my perspective, I would like to say, again, I think I said it early on, see us just list this, put a time period together and say, this is going to be a high priority for us. And it's not, we'll do it if we can, but we will do it and set, just like, set it in the same standard as our budget. We have to adopt a budget by June 30th. Well, what if we said we have to adopt a strategic plan by December 31st of the year before? Well, for this coming year, I'll say for this coming year. And it may mean, and this is something that we've talked a lot about over the last year, is that prioritization of projects. And it may mean that we come back and say, okay, in order to get this strategic plan done, we're going to put X, Y, Z on the back burner, or put that off, delay those projects until we get that done. And then hopefully those projects get rolled into and become part of the strategic plan, and then they're prioritized going further. But I understand what you're saying about, taking it a step at a time, but I don't know, my thought is somehow, and I know this is a lot of this likely gonna go on me, but I think it's that important that could help us. I think the strategic plan, if completed and done in the right way and communicated in the right way, could go so far, a long ways to help us in a lot of the areas that we're having problems with now, and including one of the big ones that I see is that that division of our community over hot topics in our community. If we had that strategic plan together and we have this good governance process that we follow, I think it would help us get through a lot of those things. But again, I will be the first to say it's going to mean that we may have to step back on some projects or find another way of doing those or delay them or whatever. So.
Kara.
I agree with Cleve. I think that it's really important to have a strategic plan. Otherwise, we're just kind of wandering aimlessly. And I think that, doing the work proactively will make things run more efficiently later on in terms of staff time and council time and meeting times and everything if we go into it with proactively. that I think it will pay off to put in that investment in time.
Well, and I could just comment, reaction to Cleve's comment. I think that the concept of strategic priorities means that not everything's a priority. If everything's a priority, there are no priorities. And so I think that having to step back from some things in order to focus on the council and the city managers, what they view as the priorities necessary to get us to the next step. And they are by definition strategic because they are forward-looking in that respect, and they take into account the impact on it is a zero-sum game, and they have to take account for the impact on other programs.
Cleve, would you be comfortable with, in these steps, with just changing the language? And I'm not attached to it, so I just want to ask you, but Davis is talking about strategic priorities, slightly different than this notion of a strategic plan, identifying those at least as a first step piece. Does that resonate with you at all, or do you prefer calling this a strategic plan, something that you prefer?
Yeah, I wouldn't get hung up on the words, Cleve. It's got to be whatever.
Yeah.
It's got to be whatever works for.
Right.
For
That's why I was asking.
Let me tell you that, and Dennis and I have talked, I think, about the strategic planning process, and when we were first talking to you about it, we talked about that a lot. I just want to keep coming back to, if we shortchange it, we're just putting it off for another year, and do we ever get it done?
Okay, good. And that's why I wanted to ask. So right now, I see that there's some small but large steps, and I say only small but large in the sense that there's a 1, 2, 3 here. But it sounds like in this protocol, and again, Davis and I will draft it from everything that we're hearing, but that looking at the planning drives the budget, and that if you targeted, just for instance, in a governance calendar, a December 31st strategic plan date, then that would again inform the budget process, which is adopted in, I thought you said May, is that correct, Cleve? June, okay. So in terms of steps for right now, does that seem reasonable in terms of this process? Because I think the protocol is saying you want to be proactive. That's what I'm hearing.
I'll just say, I'd like to hear from the council, is this, and I've heard from several of you, but are you all in agreement that this needs to be a high priority? If not, I'm fine with that too, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, and that will take some time, but if we can do it right, then the strategic plan that you create dictates the budget that I want to say primarily staff creates in the end.
Yeah.
I think I'm a little confused, or a lot confused. But what I'm getting at is just kind of going back to what I said before. Whether it's called a strategic plan or a plan or whatever, how do you account for then all the diversions like we have had in the plans that we have made? And you can't bring them forth with the diversions that we have had. You can't, and by us even setting a strategic plan, we can't say, this is our plan and you're not allowed to do anything to interrupt this plan. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I know that's being, facetious, but I just, that's where I'm having my problems with this strategic plan.
Kara.
No, I mean, the way I kind of see it is in the plan, we would identify priorities for the city. Maybe it's safety or quality of life issues, or, improving roads or whatnot. And then that would kind of inform the decisions that we make on items that come before the council, or items that the public says, hey, I want you to add this as a future agenda item. We could say like, well, does this fix the roads, or does this improve safety? And it would inform our decision as council members if we want to take something on. And I think in that way it's helpful, regardless of exterior circumstances that happen, you know, the economy or lawsuits or whatnot, it would still be a guiding documents for us making decisions.
If I could also make a comment, there is, it is important, I think, actually, to build in an understanding, explicit understanding that any long-term, even if it's only 2 years or whatever, is contingent upon the capacity and availability of resources, and that there is an expectation, and this is where it's got to be the council understanding that there are going to be times when there may be interruptions caused by some external crisis, because they're going to happen, and the ability of the city to respond without having to totally drop all of the main priorities is going to be needed to be built in. It needs to be understood that this is going to happen, so that you're not. One of the things that's real important is that this discussion leads to the council being engaged in a quality way. That's what I'm hearing. One of the concerns that I see on a lot of public agencies, in a lot of public agency governance, is that the board often acts as an audience, not as an owner. Even when they approve, it's just like they're hearing it, it's being presented to them, and they'll say, okay, I'm okay with that, I'll vote for it. But they don't own it. You have to own the strategic plan. You can't be just an audience. You have to be an active participant. It has to be something you really care about. And I think you will. This council was already there. I'm not worried about that for you. I mean, I think this council is there. So I think that you have the resilience, to the ability, I think it's so important to be able to bob and weave. Bobbing and weaving is one of my favorite activities for councils. You got to be able to be able to understand at a strategic level. Remember, you're operating at a system level. You know these things are going to happen. And the issue is the capacity to respond and to support your city manager to respond to those without totally diverting. I'll tell you, one of the biggest challenges to successful work on strategic goals and strategic plans, you know, I think one of the major challenges are not these extra diversions, although they are. You have to guard against good ideas.
Against what?
Good ideas are a huge challenge. Why is that? Because doggone it, if you establish a direction, you have to, and you're committing the resources, good ideas that people have, and we all have them, and say, yeah, but wouldn't it be great if we could go over here and solve this problem? And the challenge to you is to say, let's bring that up in our next strategic plan meeting. But right now we're sticking to our direction. That's the kind of ownership and resilience that the staff needs to see, I think, from the council. And it does drive your decision-making on all kinds of things as a strategic should.
Dennis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Davis, for that. That's really helpful information. One of the things that I keep, it really just, you know, it frustrates me is that we have a very clear limitation on what we're fiscally capable of doing, and that really is I want to know that when we're done with this, it wasn't all for naught, because we can come up with all the great plans in the world. And, you know, and we can, as a strategy, we can come up with some great strategies for our community. And if we keep circling the same pattern of our expenses are going up and our and our revenue is not tracking as fast as our expenses are, we have diverging lines where, you know, revenues here and expenses are here, and they're diverging. And it's somewhat of a fact that that's the direction we're heading in. So that to me is an extremely important reality that we need to face and people need to understand as part of our strategy. It's a reality check on all these outside influences that are affecting us and how they affect our ability to carry out the strategic plan. And our community, this is a whole communication side piece of it. Our community needs to understand how all these things are affecting, so that it's a shared experience.
Yeah. No, you're right. And the ability of the strategic planning process to take into account, I kind of come back to that. I can envision a major blow on resource, you know, a lawsuit settlement, something that eats deeply into your general fund, to be able to handle progress towards a particular goal within the strategic plan. You cannot ignore that reality, so you have to compensate for it. And by that, I mean, it doesn't mean you drop the strategic goal. It doesn't mean that you stop working towards it. It means that you're going to bob and weave at that point. You're going to say, we can't do 100% of what we had hoped we could do. We can only do 50%, but we're still going to keep going unless we decide that that's no longer a priority. But assuming that that's still a priority, then your ability to compensate by simply adjusting the expectations or dealing with the reality of it, because you can't control the amount of, if you get hit with an unanticipated resource cost, that's going to happen. But you also may get a windfall.
Mm-hmm.
So Kara, before I go to you, I want to go to Jackie.
Yeah, I'm trying to take it all in. I have a feeling, this process of the strategic plan is really frustrating. But once we get there, we'll find out we're probably doing a lot of things that to already get there. Focusing and prioritizing, I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking about, we know a lot of the concerns of the citizens, right? We know, public safety is a #1 issue. We know fire safety. People are worried about this town going up in paradise. Roads, the Highway 50 traffic when it becomes gridlock and nobody can move around the town, the homeless issue. We already know what a lot of the major concerns of our citizens are. I keep listening to Patty and I keep thinking she's right. Somehow we have to keep focusing on the economic development portion of this, or we're not going to be able to solve all those other problems, because everything needs money, and money we don't have. So I'm just getting there. I'm just listening. I'm trying to prioritize and figure out, how this all comes together. I don't know that I have that much to add.
You just added a lot, Jackie. And I'm going to go to Kara, and then I'm going to make a suggestion. So Kara.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment, about kind of the revenue side. And if you have a strategic plan, we've talked a lot about just having limited funding to do the things that we want to do. But when you have a strategic plan, and that, say we decide together that we want to build a new park or something. If that's in the strategic plan, then we can say, oh, we don't have that revenue, we're going to go out and raise it, we're going to seek grants for that. It gives us a direction to, try to compensate for any shortcomings in our budget and things like that when we have that shared purpose, and we're all going in one direction. So.
Really nicely said, Kara.
Right.
Now, I want to say that I'm really impressed that you were willing to probably take on the hardest issue. I should have maybe flipped this and had the one that just had fewer votes on it to start with, because
this is the hardest one.
It is definitely the hardest one. And, I'm going to suggest that Davis and I take what we've heard and begin to kind of draft again a kind of beginning description of what this protocol might say, because you've told me a lot and you've told Davis a lot, And I think, again, we see the barriers and we see the challenges, and hopefully we certainly understand the rationale. That was very clear, but really begin to kind of work this and see if in fact this resonates with you in terms of how you want to move forward. One of the things that I think somebody said, and I'm not sure, Cleve, if this was you, but that, you know, even in the budget process, that the council comes in a little later in the process. And so what I'm hearing you all want to say is we want to get in front of these planning processes so that we can have more of a stake in it and also more of a direction. So if you would be okay with letting us now take this and see what we can, you know, pull from it that can at least be the beginnings of your thinking about how you would do strategic planning role of the city council. If that would be okay with you, I'd like to just go on to one that might be faster and quicker. Is that okay? Everybody all right with that?
Yes.
So the other one that I want to just touch on, and I want to spend 15 minutes at the most. I really honor the fact that we've been together. This will be almost 5 hours, and I honor our ending time. So the one that I'd like to work on is use of council, work, study, discussion, meeting, sessions, because I think that that's going to also be able to support the work that we just finished. So if everybody's okay with that, we're going to go to that one. That was one of the next in line. Talk to me about rationale for why it's really about the deep learning issues piece. So I'd say, you know, study session and discussion meeting have two different components, but tell me why that's important. Patty, I'm going to start with you because you actually started to say, you really started to address this by saying some of your frustrations these days and not being able to talk about things. So talk to me a little bit about rationale.
I feel as though maybe it would, I don't know if everybody else shares my frustrations with the Brown Act. I feel like we don't have a chance, the five of us, to talk, and along with Cleve, and just like we're talking today, how much has come to the surface that we're all thinking. And I don't think we've broken any Brown Act rules by just in the conversations we've had. And I just think that it would be really, really important if we could have more of these discussions.
Okay, so I like what you just said, but tell me why it's important. Just give me a couple more pieces of words for that.
Well, when we come down to the final decisions and the plan you're talking about, you know, if we have an idea where everybody's coming from, it might be a lot easier to, you know, make those future plans. And things that, you know, we feel that maybe we bring as an individual to the council, if we're aware that the you know, in our past, these discussions that we're talking about, that, you know, we don't have any support, then forget it right now. Don't waste their time, you know, bringing that up. But, or if we have an issue that we're really trying to press, if we could share the importance of why we think that.
Okay, good to really get to understand the way people are thinking about these issues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Dennis, how about you? What's the rationale for having these?
So you know my wife, and we have talked a lot about how council meetings are run, how planning commission meetings are run, and the lack of the ability to have a conversation with people that come to the podium. They get their 3 minutes of fame and time to say their piece, and they're done, and that's it. And it's really challenging because there's times and the protocols and procedures that we have in place, and you know, it's there for a reason. And we have these meetings, we have a council meeting to do the business of the city. And sometimes that gets in the way of having meaningful conversations with our community to help drive better decisions from the council, to help share our thoughts, as well as to hear more depth of understanding of our community's thoughts.
So Dennis, the one thing I'm going to say about this particular protocol is that it isn't around community engagement per se. So it's not kind of town hall opportunity, but it's really an opportunity for you and Cleve, for the 5 council members and Cleve, and possibly staff, because we also talked about study sessions versus discussion meetings, but it's a chance for you all to continue doing your business in public, but to talk among yourselves. So what you're talking about is slightly different, and there'll be another protocol for that. But in terms of thinking about having an opportunity for you all to talk together, talk to me a little bit about that.
It goes along the same lines, having, you know, because we all show up, and I may have talked to Kara or not Ann, or I may have talked to Michael about an issue, or Jackie, and then we show up at the meeting, and we really are making sausage on the fly. And sometimes to have a meeting where we could actually think about it and then bring it back and re-engage, talk to community, stuff like that. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Patty, how about, you already told me. I'm sorry, Patty, I already did. Jackie.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like those meetings are kind of to get us all on the same page, where we can have an open and fluid discussion. You know, the public comment is great, and I really value their input, but sometimes it's hard to have a conversation amongst us all just in a more casual manner to say, hey, what do you guys think about this? What about that? And I always think about too, you know, it could be perhaps an opportunity to develop subcommittees. You know, we are a town with limited resources, and I am always looking for what can we do? You know, what can we as, you know, council members accomplish? And we don't ever have a place to have that conversation to say, hey, you know, a couple of us could do this. Let's divide and conquer. I think we can take on this task that would help get staff maybe 50% of the way someplace by doing this research for them. I mean, we're all intelligent people. We can help. Sometimes it just needs direction, and you know, you need a place to be able to have that discussion.
Okay, good. Thank you. Michael, how about you?
Yeah, I think, you know, as Dennis and others have mentioned, you know, you are sort of making sausage on the fly at council meetings sometimes, and it's not always the best. It's not always the best venue to do that. You're sort of, sometimes you're forced into it just because we do have to make a policy decision on something. But, you know, and you're also, at least I know I'm cognizant of, oh, we're on item 12.1 and we have items 12.8 still to go. And it's, you know, almost 9 o'clock already. And so it has a domino effect of, we're either going to rush through the rest of the items, or we're going to put them off, in which we've had to do a few times, and we're getting better, I think, about you know, how much stuff we have on the agenda when we have these bigger issues. But so I think you know, that's why I think these are valuable to do, because you do have that opportunity to have that deeper conversation, to really work through some of the issues. So by the time you get to have to make a decision, you've already had a well-informed discussion about a topic.
Okay, thank you. Kara, how about you?
Well, I selected this item because most of the other items on here, I was like, oh, I know that, or that's pretty clear. But this was one thing where it's like, we're not really utilizing that. So, and I share the Patty's concerns and frustrations with the Brown Act, and not really being able to gauge like where your colleagues stand on an issue until you get into the council meeting. I liked Jackie's point that this could be a potential for developing subcommittees to help getting things done, and that we don't really have another way of doing that. I was also thinking that it might in some ways be better than a subcommittee. You know, for instance, we just had the city logo subcommittee, which was just the 2 council members, but it seemed like a lot of other council members had input in that would have been more effective if we just had a work group where we could have all talked about it instead of trying to splinter off and guess what, people wanted. So I think in some ways it might be more efficient than subcommittees, and in other ways it might be a good way to develop these subcommittees so we can be more efficient.
Okay, good. So, yes, Patty.
I was just going to follow through with what Kara just said about, this, what she and I have been trying to do with Cleve, the 3 of us. But so we've garnered the information. Now we're going to have to go back to the council and share. And then, it's very, very time consuming. So I think that's another reason, just as Kara was just saying, if we could discuss this, then it would maybe eliminate 1 or 2 meetings that, before we bring the real issue to the public.
Thank Thank you. Cleve, did you want to add something to this?
I would just say, and I don't maybe quite have a grasp, but I'm fully aware of the study session and how those work. And I'm a little bit more intrigued by the discussion meeting, as Davis called it. And I get the impression that the discussion meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Davis or Babs, is something that I think you said maybe only occurs maybe like quarterly, so it's not as regular, but it could, I guess, be as often as you want.
Yeah.
But it does not have, it's not on a specific topic that you agendize like well, I'll just bring up the hot one, the logo issue. It would not be on a topic like that, but it's more general in nature. Can I say it that way? Or can you help me out there so I understand that better?
This discussion meeting has, there are two variations. And the first one that's easy is that just simply check-ins to see, often things are, could be percolating that it might be negative on the council, that it's not enough to really say anything at a formal council meeting because it sounds like a complaint or something like that. So we get a lot of them, people use them to check out the protocols and to see how they're doing on them. And that's why and those are usually scheduled more or less frequently because they're checkup meetings, but they are definitely open discussions. You can also have the kind of discussions that the council members were talking about, and an opportunity for you to share ideas about upcoming ideas to get their reaction. The problem with that is the noticing requirement. It's literally the agenda notice problem, because if you're going to be talking about something that is a specific policy issue, you can absolutely do it, but it is an open meeting. So there are a ton of those things that are not controversial and that, generally speaking, you won't have much problem with the board watchers. But if it was on the logo issue, that's so hot right now, it would be hard to have that and not expect that both sides would load up to want to hear what you have to say about it, as if, and so you have to make a political judgment as to whether or not this is a topic that you feel comfortable. You need to have the discussion. I think it's very hard it's so hard to, as you said, to try to move forward without at least one opportunity to talk to the council informally, to get people's opinions about what the boundaries are, what level they would support, stuff like that. I think you can definitely do that. You just have to be careful about the topic. And you have to be wary about your lawyers too. I think the lawyers are really conservative about this. I think way over conservative. I really do. And I've done this for a long time and I've never had a complaint, but lawyers can pretty much kill it.
So Davis, I just want to add to this. I know that I think the sort of political, just being mindful and sensitive to the political issues. So for instance, I had a school district, and I know some of you know about their planning process with the LCAP. There are data points they collect around the priorities in school districts. And one of them is around school climate, and the two data points are suspensions and expulsions and attendance. Those are the three data points. And this school board said, that's not enough to give us the information that we need about school climate. So let's have a discussion meeting about what other indicators might give us the information that we need so that we know that we're really having a positive impact on our school climate. So they spent 2 hours. They had some background information, looked at what some other districts were doing, and actually came up with other indicators. So, and again, there's no action ever taken, but that's one of those where you're sort of balancing the political charge or not. If you're changing school boundaries, you may or may not want to have a conversation meeting about that. But so weighing which ones they are, but recognizing that the opportunity for you all to talk among yourselves about some difficult issues and develop some criteria that you'll ultimately be using as you think about making these decisions. So, I think that it's a really valuable tool. And, you know, we've seen throughout school districts that people are just hungry for this, just like you said, Patty, just hungry for having an opportunity to understand where are we coming from, what's our philosophy, what do we value, what's important to us, so that then when you bring it forward to make some kind of an action on it, you really understand where folks are coming from. So
Can I just quickly state, and I understand that, and I agree with 100%. My only thing is where I'm struggling still a little bit. I would have called that a study session, not a discussion meeting. And because it sounded like it was a specific topic that we're going to discuss and go into real detail on. I'm still, what I hear David saying on a discussion meeting is you don't have a specific topic. Your topic may be ideas for future road maintenance. Even maybe that may be too detailed.
Well, no, it's not. I mean, I think it's really what you feel you need to get input from the council on.
Okay.
And it's not ready to go to the staff. I mean, we don't have staff. We have some, you can have whatever staff, but I mean, generally speaking, the point is a conversation between the executive, the chief executive officer and the board, because and that they get all the board input. It's exactly what you would do if you didn't have the Brown Act and you were in a, if you're administering an agency, you've got to meet with your staff. You've got to have cabinet meetings and things like that. You don't have any of that when you're dealing with governance. So this is to create an opportunity for the board to talk together and to talk with you. And it is pretty straightforward, actually. And it is, the main thing is that to meet the spirit also of the Brown Act is, it is not for the business of the city. It's not a business discussion. Just that in that sense, it's like a study session. And there's no action taken by the board.
Right.
So all of that sort of meets that criteria. It's still a board meeting in public, which everybody knows, right? That I mean, it's really just your meeting in public. It's not a community meeting. It's your meeting in public, and it has to meet that criteria, and it's just helpful. It's just one of those things that can be really helpful. It gets at, how do I get at where your thinking is about some issues, and I think you can do that.
Yeah.
But I think that, but there's also nothing wrong with developing a variation that really works for you. For example, it may feel a little bit like a study session, but it's not so much a staff presentation, which is what I think of a study session, is where the staff presents. It's more of the council having a discussion, and there with some background input, but it's not intended to be a study session. But study sessions are okay. So it could be a 3.5.
But Davis, if we had those community, I mean, if we have the discussions, do we legally then have to open it up to the public if they have that? That's so then it becomes kind of what we've been talking about.
Well, it's like this meeting.
I'm sorry?
It's like this meeting. I mean, it's very similar in the sense that it should not be a regular board meeting, a council meeting, because that'll confuse it. So it's a discussion meeting, as the term calls it. Doesn't have to be long. It could be about, and usually it has to be noticed because it is a meeting in public, because legally you're not allowed, obviously, well, you know the Brown Act. So, but it has not been a handicap. I mean, I've never had a complaint really in 30 years. Babs, have you had any?
No.
When those discussion meetings are held, and because they are boring. For anybody not on the council.
I will say that just so you know, council, how I've done these in another city that I was in. We had them, so we had second and fourth Tuesdays were our council meetings. The third Wednesday of every month was a study session, only we did it like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had them regularly scheduled every month we had a study session. And, I see this as, that might be an avenue that we follow. And when I say study session, it could be a combination. If we have a specific topic we want you to delve into deeper, we call it a study session.
Right.
If
Right.
not, we call it a meeting discussion. It's more of an open discussion of,
Right.
and both of them are extremely informal. We're not sitting up on the dais. You're sitting down around the table and it's open discussion. So.
The biggest difference, I always think of the biggest difference. They're both terrific. I mean, I'm a strong supporter of study sessions, but the difference I see is that in study sessions, you have staff involved and you're presenting data, deep dive data. In a discussion meeting, that's not the purpose. The purpose is for you together to talk and develop ideas. It's not as specific only because of the nature of a discussion topic. It really gets at some of the things that you've raised. When do we get just to talk to each other? That's a time to just talk to each other and to clear.
Right, so it's, we just have a few minutes left, and I know, Dennis, we wanted to open it for some
We do.
public comment as well. So I just want to swing around just very quickly.
Okay, let me make a quick announcement. If anybody's listening on YouTube and they want to, find their agenda and get the phone number to call in, now's a good time to do that. We'll be opening it up to public comment in just a couple minutes to hear if there's any comments. So if you're interested, definitely get on the phone, give us a call. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dennis. Davis and I, again, will put together what we've gained, and we'll also do a draft on the protocol for the study session conversation meeting as well. And we'll make sure you have that in plenty of time before the next meeting that we have. So I just want to ask each of you if you would just as a little bit of reflection, important thing, give me one important thing that you may have learned or had verified during our session today.
Or something that you hated.
Well, that's fine too.
Or
I'll take
tough.
either one. Michael, how about you?
Sure. I think for me, it just underscored that it sounds like everybody on the council, and Cleve included, really did see the importance of doing this. And I think you got it from the answers that everybody gave. So I thought that was great for me, because it just, it shows everyone's buying in, whether or not, we may have different ideas on what's the first thing to tackle. But I thought that it was key that everybody, it seemed like everybody was buying in on going forward with developing a strategic goal.
Dennis, how about you?
The discussion around strategic goal or strategic planning helped me understand, what work we need to do to get there. It kind of opened my eyes to a few areas that I wasn't necessarily thinking about, but the more I think about it, it just makes me think more about, we have a little work, we have to do some work to do the work, if that makes sense. We talked about, we picked one of the hardest ones, and so we're there. And I really like the idea of having discussion meetings. I think that's, while the public's going to be listening in, it's the way it is. It's not that I don't want them to. It's just that sometimes we're a little reserved when you're afraid because somebody's going to get mad at you because you say something because you're just thinking about it, but you're not really going there. I don't know. Anyway, thank you guys. I think the thing was just wonderful.
Patty.
It gives me hope. And I like it that we have that, the way you're exploring it, and that I see an end goal, and I'm hoping that we can get there as planned.
Great, thank you. Steve, how about you?
I was sitting here thinking, so often I go through a webinar, or in the past gone to a conference, and you get all these good ideas and you come home and you talk about them for a little bit and then they're gone. And so what I'm seeing today and very hopeful for, and what I'm hearing is this is not going to be something that's going to end today. We have specific tasks that will come out of it. And I'll just say to the council, I hope you hold me accountable, and I'd like to hold you accountable too, that we can, the things that we've committed to today and we will get more information on in the next few months, that we follow through on, and I can make good on Patty's hope that she has. So.
Great, thanks, Cleve. Jackie.
Yeah, just going through all the exercises, I guess it was kind of reassuring that so many of our priorities are the same, feeling like we're on the same page and that we're all going to be moving together in a similar fashion, though, you know, it's not 100%, but like I said, just some reassurance that we all are kind of on the same page.
Thank you. Kara, last word.
Well, it's just been really nice to have this time with everybody. You know, as we've kind of alluded to during this meeting, we don't get this opportunity very often to just talk about things that aren't on a specific agenda. And this past year, and a lot of the contentious items that have come up and COVID and everything, it kind of feels like we've been sweeping through the muck. So it's nice to kind of look forward and kind of see where we're all coming from in the same purpose. And we just, you know, with COVID, we haven't really had much opportunity to get out there and do self-improvement things and development, you know, developing capacity. So it's been really a nice exercise to have this time with everybody.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I know Davis is probably going to have a last word, but I just want to congratulate you on both, you know, engaging in the exercises, but also taking everything just a little bit deeper. You know, when we ran across some bumps, you all just really grappled with them in a very respectful and thoughtful way, and just really appreciated the time with you. So thank you very much. And Davis?
Yes, I just want to say I think you're a terrific group. I think you're going to do very well. I think you've got obviously a really great city manager, but the whole council looks to me like it's just got great things ahead. I really do think you have between you the combination of skills and obviously the passion and the shared commitment. You all mirrored each other in your commitment and passion for what you're doing for the city. So I congratulate you. It's going to be fun working with you in the next couple of times. And I think we're going to bob and weave.
All right, Dennis, so back to you.
All right. I'm going to first say I truly appreciate the depth of knowledge that both you, Babs, and Davis bring to this conversation. And I wasn't sure what I was going to get out of it coming into this, and I got way more than I anticipated. So, and I think we all did. And I look forward, you know, it's like we're all dressed up and ready to go, but we haven't gone yet. And so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be doing a lot of homework between now and, because you gave me a lot of things to think about. And I hope that we all kind of we can, you know, have some conversations amongst one or two of us. And of course, under the guise of the Brown Act. So I look forward to more conversations too. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. O'Connell for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll open this up now for public comment on the governance workshop. If you're joining by phone, press *9. I see that we have somebody with their hand raised. Go ahead, caller 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Cochon. I wanted to express my thanks for your 5 hours. I actually found it very exciting and not boring at all. I don't know if that's my background in public administration or that I spent the time doing a lot of yard work in the beautiful weather with you guys inputting through my earphones. But thanks for your commitment. Thanks for what the presenters said. As someone whose grandchildren and children are in Placerville, but whose body is elsewhere, I appreciated you talking about the uniqueness of Placerville. As I read the history of the county, what comes across to me is that Placerville has always been the heart, both geographically and in a deeper level for this county. And I had the honor of growing up in a community like that. And it both drives the community spirit, but also it helps drive the economic spirit when we all feel like we're part of that same team, realizing that ultimately the community you're building among your voters will get to say the final decision. I really like the discussion about discussion groups because I'm hearing a lot of unmet needs in terms of relationships and informal conversations and values. And again, in my experience, when organizations face challenging times, and gosh, last year was certainly one of those become critical things. And my last comment is that I appreciate the fact that you are, respectful of the Brown Act. And I would point out, it's a little bone of contention with the county, that when you meet, you're not actually conducting the business of the city. That's a piece of it. But the moral imperative is in the first sentence of the Brown Act, that councils exist to act in the conduct of the people's business. And I so appreciate your public service to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leo.
I don't believe there are
And,
any.
yep, nope. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. All right, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to Cleve.
Sorry, I just want to mention quickly, Babs and I did talk about our future workshops, and I just want to throw out those dates real quick so you can look at those, and please get back to me if they don't work. But the 2 dates we have selected right now are May 27th and September 10th. Is that correct, Babs? I don't know if you have those in front of you, but those are the 2 dates that I had.
They're correct. I'll check quickly, but I think that's what we said.
I have a wedding September 10th that I'll be out of town for.
We'll all join you.
All right, we're all going to Wisconsin.
Oh, yay. I've never been there.
All right,
So
so we will look at another date for that one. I'm trying to remember, Babs, those are both the May date.
And the
May
September date
27th
for us.
is actually a Thursday rather than a Friday.
Mhm.
If we're that, does that work for everybody if it's a Thursday?
As long as it's not the first Thursday, we're all fine. Or I'm fine.
Yeah.
Anyone else comments on, I mean, if you have enough, so if we did, I don't remember what we looked at, Babs, but September 9th for SAPS instead of September 10th is a Thursday, or how far, is that whole week not good for you, Jackie?
Well, the wedding is actually on September 10th, so of course I have to have a travel day.
That's true, yeah, okay.
Um,
Well, let's go back and talk, Babs, and see if we can look at that second one.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Happy to do that.
All right.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
Well, just let me quit. It sounds like though the May 27th date will work for everyone. We can make that one work. So at least we have that one scheduled, and we'll schedule the other one. So.
All right. Any final comments from our council? I think we've all.
I'd just like to say thank you very much to Babs and Davis. This has been really great, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
And I have to say, I personally appreciate each and every one of you for what you bring to the table. I mean, I feel like we are one of the best councils I've seen in a long time. And I say that with some hesitation because I don't like to toot my horn too much, but and it's not mine, it's ours. And I do truly appreciate what each one of us, and I don't agree with all of you. But I do know that at the end of the day, we still get along great. And I truly appreciate that about all of you. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and see you all next week. Thank you.
See ya. Thank you.
Bye.